Well, g'day and welcome. It's footy in the top end this Saturday, Super Saturday, all in Darwin. Welcome to the home of the Bears. It's Weber Park. My name is Dave McCrow, bringing you for the very first time a live stream from the home of the Bears. And what's going to be an enthralling clash between these two teams. But before we get into it, welcome to the coverage. Our game day sponsor, NTF, the construction specialist up in the top end. If you need any construction equipment, NTF is the go. NTF Construction Specialists, supply specialists. And we're going to bring you around the grounds. Before we get into it, thanks to McDonald's, around the grounds, before we get into this game, the Gatley Shield, it's the Nightcliff Dragons, have gone down to the Palmerston Raiders 16-18, and currently, not currently, the Bears in the previous game, they took the points over the Sharks 34-4. But let's jump into this particular fixture. It's the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. We see the results from round 8. We haven't actually seen the women in Darwin for a while. It's been a couple of weeks, but there we see the home team, the Bears. They didn't have a good night out against the Brothers last week. They went down scoreless to the Brothers 30-0, and the Brothers, of course, continuing on their winning ways. Who's going to stop them is the question. Sitting pretty atop the ladder. Defending premiers, they are the ones to beat. One hand on the trophy potentially. Nightcliff 34 defeated South Darwin. And the Sharks, they had a win 28-6 over the Raiders. And today, of course, here's the fixtures for today. And the one we're looking at is the Bears and the Rabbitohs. 3rd versus 6. Nightcliff taking on the Raiders, and down the bottom there, Brothers and the Sharks. First v2, that's a pick of the bunch there. Hopefully the Sharks can take it to the Brothers. And like I said, we haven't seen the women for a while. Last time we saw either one of these teams was 3 weeks ago in round 7 when the Brothers hosted the Sharks. And again, the Brothers on their merry way. We're seeing some of the highlights from that game. The Sharks did have their moments. They came out, especially in the second half, and got within a couple of points. But the Brothers, just silky smooth as they are, we've seen a couple of the trial highlights now, managed to hold them out and take the points. And what was a pretty enthralling game. It's the first of a double today. Of course, after this game at Weber Park, we're going to head over to TRL Stadium for the DABSCO Premiership. But I'm going to be bringing you all of the action here at Weber Park again. The first time we've live streamed, I think the first time a game's actually been live streamed at all from Weber Park, the Bears and the Sharks. So currently sitting, as I mentioned, the Sharks, who've had a bit of an indifferent year, currently sitting in second spot behind the Brothers, and the Bears sitting behind them in 3rd. So it's set up for a pretty big clash, probably an enthralling clash. Of course, if you're the Sharks, you want to stay in touch with that top 2 spot. Of course, as we're seeing again, the vision on the screen, the highlights the last time we saw the Sharks play. You want to keep in touch with the rampaging Brothers. But if you're the Bears, you want to challenge. You want to make sure you can keep in touch with that top 2 and potentially come towards the back end of the season, make a challenge for the top 2 spots. We know how important it is. So as we see the siren, they hear the siren going, the team should be out any second. So first of 2 games today, and we'll be crossing up to TRL Stadium later on with the call team there. Cam, Chris, Kyle and Axe that will bringing you the DABSCO Premiership. And what should be a pretty enthralling clash there as well. It is the Brothers taking on the Rabbitohs. We hope that the Rabbitohs have been... they've had some moments over the past few weeks. Of course, early start of the season, they struggled to get any points on the board. Of course, they're still searching for their first win. But there's been some green shoots of late. They've managed to score a couple of tries. They've managed to play some games out. Of course, they played in the Chico Motlop Shield last weekend against the Dragons. And there were times where I think they even scored last as well. There are some green shoots there, ably led by their captain and Kieran Crow. But we're just waiting for the teams to come out. We are due to kick off in 10 seconds. I think we're probably a bit delayed there. So the Bears and the Sharks in round 9. And we're hoping for a Big Mac of a clash. And I'll bring you all the scores across the grounds as they happen throughout the day. We're still waiting for the Bears and the Sharks to appear. It's a very good afternoon to wherever you're watching us from on the World Wide Web, on YouTube, thanks to NRL Pathways. And around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's. I am loving it. DABSCO Premiership, the Raiders 18 to the Dragons 16. That sounds like an enthralling clash. As the Bears, the home team, make it out on the park now. A few minutes behind, that's all good, doesn't matter. Just waiting for the Sharks to appear now. Might take the opportunity to have a look at the team lists. Sorry, I'm making the director work hard here. The home team. As listed. Now, there might be some numbers missing there. Didn't have an entirely complete list on the website. Now, that's the team as listed, as we just quickly fly across to the Sharks list. As listed again, there's probably some numbers there that are lacking. They do have more numbers listed in the app. I think it's because we don't have a full list for the Bears, but we'll do our best. Just a few seconds away from the kickoff now. Waiting for the referee. Still waiting. We'll get there in the end. It's been a big week in rugby league across the board. Of course, the second game of the State of Origin played in Perth on Wednesday. Saw the Maroons do their best to lose the series. The referee makes his way out now. They managed to hold out a rampage in New South Wales, who had their radar off when it came to the kicking duties. And they've set the scene up to a decider in a couple of weeks. And we're underway at Bears Park. First time we've broadcast a game from here. It will be the Bears with first use. Second carry, and we've already found an issue offside, I think. So not a great start from the Sharks. They want to go quick here, although she's a bit timid when you're hitting the line. They drive her backwards on first. Slow to her feet. This is a slow play of the ball. She's got to go to her right there on that far side. Surprising that. Again, the line speed from the Sharks is good. She's driven back well beyond the point of the play the ball. So they've gone backwards here in their first set or second set. Bang! Big shot there. Bone rattler. Sharks have come to play. Slow play the ball again in the middle. Now they're spreading it with 2, 3. They've got some overlap on the right. Decide not to on the left. Decide not to take it. Third tackle now. In the guts. Almost up to halfway. The Sharks giving them nothing at the moment. Using this left side. Now the kick. Not a bad one, although it probably will go dead. It will. So probably a bit too much height on that. So a different set from the Bears to start. We're back to the 20. Sharks with first use. Straight into the line. She wants to tap, go and smash. Drives through, gets a couple extra yards. Slow play the ball. First receiver just right on her corner. She gets through that first one. The second one, she's off. Is she going to be stopped? I don't think so. We're going to have a try in the first 2 minutes. We are! From absolutely nothing on first tackle under the post. Almost got whiplash with that one, but our first try inside 2 minutes. The Sharks are here to play. We'll see again. So she got through 1-2, and just those on the left of her there, just watched her run past. They thought her teammates had done all of the work, but she just spun through. The ankle tap was just a little bit too late. She probably got a face full of ball there, but it doesn't matter because she's got the first pie. A hot apple pie. Haven't had a McDonald's apple pie for a while, actually, and she slots that pretty easily in front of the sticks. And within first 3 minutes, the Sharks are up 6-0. So hopefully the Bears in that little huddle there are having a chat about making sure you hold your tackles. So structurally, not a great defensive set. First use of the ball for the Sharks. Just needed one tackle and bang, they're through. See it again on the replay here. So that's the first one, loose, second one, and again, those two there on her left shoulder. Probably want to have that moment again, I'd suggest. Piper Heath, I think, was the 23 there for the Bears. Sharks again with the ball. Punches through again. Bears not holding their tackles. And that's a good kick return on first tackle. Off to the left. Goes inside out. Well read. Slow play the ball straight from first receiver. Inside outside again. Crashes through. Big 13 for the Sharks is doing well. I think that's Missy Webb. Want to go a bit quick, straight from first receiver. Straight from dummy half, I should say. Pushes through one, pushes through two. Up to the 20 now. Making some territory here. The Bears need to do something to stop this run. Crashes through, still going. High tackle there. We've got two 13s, I think. No, we don't. Sorry, that was the 11. So a fresh set of 6 right in front of the post for the Sharks. The Bears will do well to keep her out here. Oh, driven back to the referee. They're going to go out to that far edge. Ducks inside, finds half a gap, almost over. Short by about 3 feet. Back into the middle of the park, through 2 sets of hands. She'll bash her way through, but again, the Bears do everything they can to stop her. They need to scramble on the last line, straight from dummy half, and she's lost it. Or what's she saying? Yep. So they get a lucky break to the Bears there. Just see it again on replay here. So I think she has lost it. That's what the referee was saying. So the Bears need to get out of their own end. They haven't had much of the ball. We've only gone 5 minutes. That's for a set of 6 for the home side. Good crowding today. Bear Park driven backwards. Again, Sharks are giving the Bears absolutely nothing. Ducks inside, tries to get through, driven backwards. They're just treading water at the moment. Piper Heath for the Bears couldn't get any carry out of that. Late in the set now, tries to charge through, taken down by Tikavoisi. Slow from the play, the ball flows that beyond her. That's gone forward, or has it? No, referee says play on. Good kick chase here. Couldn't hold the tackle though. Kick return, pushes through the second, pushes through the third, the fourth and the fifth finally get it down. They're back to the 30 again. Had a run there. That's Lloyd Phillips. She's been in everything for the Sharks up to this point. Off to Tammy Park. She wants to carry. The Bears are all at sea at the moment. Spreading it. A bit of a loose pass there. Picked up a Voicey. Might have that one wrong. It's Tassie Maz. Tassie Maz, my apologies. Crashing through. Right on the line again, just a few feet out. Slow play the ball, dishes off to her left from running start, crashes their way through, couldn't stop her, and the Sharks are celebrating already. They like that one. At the moment, we're going more than a point a minute at the moment. She's celebrating at the back there before even her teammate even went over. Megan Crawford there, throwing her hands in the air as her teammate crashed over the line. So again, right in front, doing their kicker all the favours at the moment, making the conversions easy. Converts it, easy. See again, came in like a freight train, smashed their way through. Nothing they could have done to stop that. So the Bears are taking forever to get back to their line. Shell-shocked at the moment. All at sea. And things is not going their way at the moment. That has gone out on the full from the kickoff. And the Bears just can't get their hands on the ball at the moment. Sharks are going to get it in a really good position. That's some good signs. Driven backwards. And they had a good defensive effort here, do the Bears. Almost lost that one. Looked like it might have gone forward. Referee says no. They want to spread it here. They've got numbers on the right. She wants to go. Amy Park. Ball comes loose. Picked up by the Bears. Referee's got to allow it to play. And Luchetti, I think that is for the Bears. Again, slow off the line. Almost really timid-like. Getting into the contact. On the 20 now. Thought about dishing to her left, takes the tackle, thrown to the ground. They've got some numbers here on the left now. Thought about going there again. In the end, she's standing in the tackle, lays it off. Good hands from Courtney Byrne. She wants to go straight from dummy half. Marker was not straight. She saw that. Slow from the play the ball. Here comes the kick. Oh, runs straight into the marker. Cleaned up well at the back by the fullback. Charlie's offside, is it? Referee's found an offside. Sharks don't like it. They're just going to have a chat to his assistant. So can't necessarily see it on that angle, but he's got the call from, I think, from the touch judge. And the Bears will get a repeat set. They want to use... No, she's stopped. Very stagnant. No, referee says keep going. Go again. Number 9, don't have... Oh, I do have a number. Sarah O'Connor drives that ball. This is the best base they've been in for the entire game. Lechetti at dummy half. Dishes off to Piper Heath. Inside Sharks territory now. Dashes off to the left. Almost loses it. Will they clean it up? No, the Sharks will. There was no urgency there. No. What is the referee going to say? I think it might have been knocked on. Match officials today, referee Toby Manziak, touch judges assistants Zach Waters and Ricky Urine. Thank you for your service. Without our officials, we have no game. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's. I'm loving it. It's Tru-Flow services. It's Premiership. The Raiders 20, Dragons 4. Right now here, first real opportunity the Bears have had. She's driven backwards. Ivan Eats can't find it. Tries to go from dummy half. Held up. Thought she saw half a gap. No one was at dummy half. Eventually, the line came out. Piper Heath thought she found a gap there. They've gone backwards here, the Bears. They're going to go off to the left now. Another big carry. We've got 2 23s listed here. Right in front of the sticks now. Slow play the ball. Defensive line comes right out. Might open up some gaps here. She's got numbers on the left. Still hands free. Tries to get through one, and it's a turnover. It's changeover on last. So in a real good position there, but they couldn't find the paint. The Sharks managed to... Oh, huge hit! That sends a signal. Gives her an entree of grass. How'd that taste, she says. They seem to have just sparked a bit, the Bears. Doesn't like the attention on the ground. Jamie Park. Ball is loose. It's cleaned up though. They seem to have lifted a bit, the Bears, the home side. Good marking again. I think there is 2 23s in the park, so apologies if I've got the name wrong. I don't call what I've got. Grace Bailey thought about dishing off in the end. She takes a tackle. It's a good run here from Destiny Litaru. She's still going. She's calling for the 6 again. Hair pull, she's saying. Doesn't matter. The referees found a penalty. They will come back and they will get another set of 6. Great run from Taru. Good tap. She's going to go on straight into the defensive line. Bets through one. Gets dragged down from the back. Good tackle. Laura Lechetti. This is off to the left in the little park. Back forward again. Back and forth, I should say. Emma McIntyre. Haven't seen her much now. Bit loose. And this woman's been impressive. Grace Bailey. Plenty of runs. Plenty of metres gained the first 16. Off to that far edge. Thought about going. Just holds it up. Probably held it a little bit too long. Was read very well by the Bears, although they've made some extra ground. It was a good carry. Straight from dummy half. Thought she'd have a go. Back to Bailey. She's held well. On fifth. Off to that left. They'd have numbers. Ducks inside. Here's the kick. It was played out. Should be six again. Doesn't matter. It was cleaned up. So, straight from dummy half, the Bears go. And she's going to be driven backwards as well. Again, a lot of pressure on the Sharks' offensive team. She eventually breaks through. It's going to take five of them to get her down. That's the 21, sorry, I'm calling the numbers incorrect. I don't have a name, unfortunately, on my team list. Bang! Get some of that. Shark supporters like that. Tru with a big tackle. And I think she's knocked it on. Picks her up. Gets some of that. And she has. She's lost it. Tru's been impressive and gets her side some more possession. Scrum down, our first one of the day. This is off to the left, inside outside. Again, Tru with another carry. I'd like to know her metres gained so far. Got numbers, ignores the runner. Lloyd Phillips, the fullback. She's been impressive, doesn't like the attention. Dishes off now. Sky Cash. They've got to be careful here to the Bears. Tru's over again. The referee calls it. Every time they get close, they look like scoring. Every time they get close, they do score. And with a conversion coming, they're up by 16. Not quite a point a minute. So Webber Park, Bees Creek, it's an outer rural area of Darwin, Northern Territory. It's about 33 k's east of Darwin, the Central Business District. I haven't had the chance to go out there yet myself. The creek is named after a cadet surveyor, Tom B. Who was with a survey party in the 1860s, 1869. Slots that one. We'll see it again on replay. Just holds that just nicely. Drew in the defender, opened up the gap. Momentum carried her over. She deserves a try because she's been in everything today. Tru, Destiny leads the rule. Reminder, we are crossing to TRL Stadium after this for the DABSCO Premiership. But right now, on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it is the Sharks dominating the Bears, and the Bears do not look like they're in any hurry to get back for the kickoff. They need to find something, and they're just waiting for half time. We've still got 9 minutes in this first half. Still plenty of encouragement from the stands. I think that was the call to Piper Heath. 23 for the Bears. So they haven't gone anything different here. Oh, she's dropped it. like a quarter pounder. It was a double. It was too much. She's dropped it cold. It was Watson Compton, the captain for the Sharks. They haven't really made many mistakes today, so they were forgiven for making at least one. But now the Bears have some opportunity with some possession inside Sharks territory. They've got to do something with it. They've only really had one real attacking opportunity. It wasn't a great set of 6. Again, driven backwards. The Sharks are giving them absolutely nothing today, although the referee did call held, so she gets back to that line. Dishes off to her right. Brought down. Again on second. That's Shari Togo with her first carry in the set. Lost the handle on it because she was looking at the defender coming at her. The Sharks could make them pay here. She's almost like she's running a quicksand there. Eventually brought down. The ball will come back though. Not sure if she's carrying an injury there, but I'm just looking at that one on the replay, on the monitor here. She was running like she was carrying a big dumbbell behind her. We'll have our second scrum down. Ball was lost forward. It will be a Sharks feed. Gone 24th minute on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Game day brought to you by NTF Construction Supply Specialists. If you're construction in the NT, well, you need a specialist, and NTF are the ones in the top end when it comes to construction supply. The Sharks, can they put some more points on before half-time? The Bears need some positivity before they head into the sheds. So they've got something to build on for the second half. Currently trailing 18 points on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Here comes the kick. It's going to hold up. Oh, horrible bounce. Defended well in the end. She managed to get back inside. Get out of the end zone. That is not a great play of the ball. They're all standing around, and in the end she's back to the line. No territory there. Marker grabs her straight away, strips 1-on-1. She's going to score. Everyone's just watching it happen. It's like a car crash in slow motion. Something from nothing. It was lackadaisy. It was a horrible set. Jamie Park, she gets her first Big Mac of the day. 1-on-1 strip. It was like a car accident. They'd all stood and watched. The Shark couldn't believe it either. $22 points on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. And this is getting nasty. We've still got 5 minutes to play in this half. See there in that the background, sorry, that got players on their haunches. Not a good sign. The Bears need to find something. Otherwise, this could get very messy. Slots it. Truly. Chemist Warehouse scoreboard is the Sharks 24 lead the Bears. Just say again, just not a great set. Not a great set at all. And Jamie Park just snatches that one. And the Sharks, the Bears, they just can't wait for halftime by the looks of things here. So body language is not good. Almost going a point a minute is the team in blue. So, lucky break now. So every time that the Bears actually get territory, it seems to be from a Sharks mistake. So, opening the door for them. We're inside the last 3 minutes of this first 30. Scrum down. Can the Bears get something before half time? Slow from the play the ball. It's almost a standing start. It'll be 21. She's brought down. Again, really slow. Not a lot of energy or impetus here from the Bears. Dishes off the second pass. Driven backwards again. They're not going anywhere. Sharks are giving them nothing. They want to go into the sheds with a clean sheet for the first 30. Off to that far edge now. Trying to bust through. That's a good carry. Best carry of the set so far. There's a conversation to the marker. Going slow doesn't help the Bears. Horrible pass. Is that knocked on? It might be. No, doesn't matter because they've lost some massive territory late in the set. Dishes off now. Gets through the one. Here comes the kick. Looking for the chase. Jamie Park will do well to get out. She eventually does. She did very, very well. Had no right to get out of her own end. In the end, she did. Brushes through. Sky Cash, she wants some extra. Dragged down by the neck. What does the referee say? She didn't like that attention. Sharks want some more points before the half. Good tackle by Lachetti, the Bears captain. Pass was asking a lot of her. She took it well. Over her head. Humes, I think that was. Inside the last time, knocked it on. So that should be it as far as Sharks' possession in this first half. That was Corford. They lost that one. We're going inside the last 45 odd seconds. So she's just lost that one there. Looking likely again with the visitors. So another lucky break for the Bears as we head into the last 30 seconds of this first 30. Hopefully we can cross over to our colleagues. No, can't cross over, I'm just being told. Let's see how we go, see if they're ready and waiting or at TRL started. Preparation for the DABSCO Premiership, which is coming up after this. And that is half time. And they're just going to play this one out. And at the break, in what was a pretty good first 30 for the Sharks, a forgettable first half for the Bears. And as the visitors going to go into the sheds with all the momentum, there's lots of work to do if you're a Bear in the second half. And we might just see, Cam and team, are you up there at TRL Stadium? Can you hear me? Maybe not. Well, we might just take a quick break. We'll see if we can have a chat to our colleagues up at TRL Stadium after we come back. But here at Weber Park, it is the Sharks 24 leading the Bears. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Just taking some vision from TRL Stadium as that one hits the post. Don't know if the boys are up there yet, but it's the brothers taking on the Rabbitohs. Just trying to get you a score of that game. They have just gone over, obviously, as we wait for our feature game, Weber Park, to get back underway. Just a reminder, it is the Sharks leading the Bears 24-zip in the first half at Weber Park. And just waiting, hopefully we can get a score update here at TRL with the Bunnies taking on the brothers. Coming up after this one, there it is, the DABSCO Premiership. And it is the brothers taking on the Rabbitohs. As we get some audio from TRL. This team rampaging favourites, maybe sitting top of the table, yet to lose a game. Of course, the Bunnies are in bottom place at the moment. Here's the kick. Let's do a bit of quick calling on this one if we can. Oh, she's dropped that cold. And they'll pick it up. And they'll score a try. We'll add another one. Jacinta Summers, what a superstar she is. Absolutely pleasure watching this athlete play. Former Union player, I believe, but she's come across and she's playing the proper game now. Absolute pleasure to watch her play. And great that we've crossed and seen her score a try. So the brothers have gone over again. As we're almost ready back at Weber Park for the second half. So, score currently here at TRL's, my system tells me it's 8-0, which sounds about right because it looks like the first conversion we saw was missed. And at Weber Park, of course, it's the Sharks 24 leading the Bears 0. Scores that one. So advances the score now at TRL to 10-0 for the brothers as we get ready for the second half at Weber Park. So we'll off the second half now here at Weber Park. Almost lost the handle on that. Got a kick return it well. The Bears had a good start. Fair to make any headway into this lead in the second half. Pick straight from that, goes straight through, gets through and gets through two, says, oh, what a great tackle, what a fantastic tackle. That should be team lifting. She was off to the races if she got through that, although I might be speaking too early. because the Sharks again are in a good scoring position. Sky Cash has been absolutely a handful for the Bears. They're about 5 out. Bears can't help. Bears can't afford the Sharks to score first in this second half. Kelsey Phillips can't get anywhere. They're dished off. Tries to bash her way through. Good tackle again. Late in the set. Bucket TRL, I think. The brothers have gone over again. Or it might be half time up there. And they have gone over again. As we're here at Bear Park, we've got a turnover. So brothers have gone over again at TRL. I think it might be Summers again with her second, so that might be a double for her. Bears here at Weber Park, they need to score. Again, defensively, the Sharks are giving them absolutely nothing. Thrown to the ground with contempt. Gets straight back up though. Is the kick. Where's the chase? Not there. Be cleaned up at the back. Lloyd Phillips, the fullback, is a good kick chase in the end and good tackle around the ankles, brought down. So trying to lock them in. Need more of that. Paige McCourt doing her best, the 18 for the Bears, to try and get something going for the home side. Tries to crash through. Thought about the offload to Tassie Mads in the end. Takes the contact, and this woman has been impressive, Jamie Park. She always is, brought down by another great tackle. It's Willing at Bear Park. This is off to the right. Got numbers. Has she got to go herself? She's got to try. She's down. She is down. Couldn't stop her. That might be a second, I think. Grace Bailey. And we need it. Well, the Bears needed to score first. But in the end, it's the Sharks. And they've increased their advantage, 28. See it on the replay here. So it was only one place she's going. There was a big spread out there. She had plenty of space on her right. In the end, it was a real tough ask. And she wasn't happy. Nelson. She didn't have the support on that far edge. There's not much as she could do about that one. So 28 points, the better. Toughest conversion so far for the day for the Sharkies. To kick that right out from the side. Taking as much time as she can. She's got all the time in the world. Still 25 to play in this one. They're up by 28. The Bears have not looked likely at all today. That's the Stewart Highway in the background there, if you don't know the area. Accuracy was good, just didn't have enough salt on that one. And that's the first conversion missed today, was the toughest. Let's see the replay again. As soon as she got it, so you see that far edge there. Absolutely nothing she could do about that. And the only thing in between another pie and a stoppage was Nelson, and there wasn't enough of her to stop that. And the number 13, Grace Bailey, I think it was 13, Grace Bailey gets a second, or it might have been Tru. There's so many tries being scored, I'm not sure what's going on. It's like a 24 pack of chicken McNuggets. Oh, they were up to 28 now, aren't we? 28 points on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Left to bounce, in the end it pops up well. Not much of a chase from the Bears. They're happy to wait for the contact to come to them. In the end, not bad first contact. Off to her right. She wants to have a run as well. Almost broke through. Referee eventually calls held. Dishes off to her right, goes inside out, bang! Thank you very much. That hurt. You can tell that hurt, although she's straight back up. Had the stuffing knocked out of her. Gets back to the line on onside. In fact, she might be coming to the... No, she's still suffering. You can see there in the foreground. That was a big hit. It's good contact. Off to that far edge now. This woman has been a handful all day, causing havoc for the Bears defensive line. It was a high pass. She had plenty of time though to collect it. Up and under kick. They shouldn't have let this bounce. She's collected at the back though well. Is that Nelson? She wants to go for a run, looking for something, anything to spark her team. Brought down in the middle of the park. That's not Nelson, sorry. That's Lachetti, skipper. Off to the left. Bang, another big contact. Giving them absolutely nothing. The Sharks, that was O'Connor, and she's saying, what's the referee saying now? I tackle. So, fresh out of 6 now. Again, just really tentative heading into that defensive line. Almost just trying to brace for the contact. That's not going to help. This is off to her right. Haven't seen much of the 11 today. Shari Togo. She hasn't had enough of the ball, in my view. Now into the middle of the park now. Again, contact really hard. Sharks defensively today have been really impressive. Picks up straight from dummy half. Gets through one. Almost gets through the second. Just had her by the coattails. Wants a quick play the ball. Off to her right. Togo, second carry in the set. Comes the kick now. It's going to pop up. Does well. Although the chase probably wasn't there. They kind of stopped and watched her pick it up there. Togo trying to spark her team. Wants to go a bit more. Says, oi, what are you having for breakfast? Still going. Crowd trying to pump their team up. Bit of muck in the ruck. Far side. O'Connor in front of that one for the Bears. She's been handy. That far edge again. They've got numbers there, although the Bears are covering it. You can see on the scoreboard right there, thanks to Chemist Warehouse. Home team trailing by 28. Inside the middle of the park. Thought about the double, triple, double, quadruple pump. Loses the ball. Crashed down. Bit of afters. Bit of cherries on top. So frustrations are boiling over now. Referee just needs to put the foot down here and just stamp his authority. Calm ahead will prevail, have prevailed. Lost forward. And the referee just wants to have a chat. He's going to have a chat now. I don't think there's much in that. He's going to have a chat to his assistant to see if there's anything that he needs to address. I don't think, he just needs to have a chat, I think, to both captains. As I said, there's a Stewart Highway in the back there, background. Everyone knows the Stewart Highway. So he's bringing the two captains in. Have a bit of a ching-wag. Share the recipes for beef Wellington. All right, back to action now. Bears have not looked likely at all in this game. Dishes off to the left. Crashes through. Inside out. Another set of 6 for the Bears. Can they get something on the board? A massive contest. Oh, tries to rip her arm off. They're giving the Bears nothing, the Sharkies. Ignores the runner. Driven backwards. It is Willing in the trenches at the moment. Bit of afters as well. That should, come on referee, that's got to be another set of 6. That's just silly. In fact, that actually, given the conversation, that actually might be some time on the sidelines, because that was completely unnecessary. Tallis Fraser coming off the bench and bringing the heat for the Sharks, and the captain's telling her, just calm your jets. We're up by 28 points. You don't need to worry about it. On the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, crashes straight in. Almost picked up. It is Will and the 223s come together. Quick play the ball. Inside, outside. Thought about the pass. Just holds it up. Double pump. Brought down O'Connor. About 5 from the line. They've got numbers here again. Togo, second carry in the set. Almost dragged out. Is dragged out. The Sharkies, you can see there, they like that one. Absolutely getting nothing. If they were close at all in this game, the Bears, that was the first opportunity, the closest they looked like they'd been. Still plenty of pain to be inflicted on the Bears if they don't find something to spark them. Grace Bailey with the first carry in the set, dishes off, asked a lot with that pass, manages to grab it behind her. Had to stop and collect it. Up quickly. Crashes straight in. Togo, who's been impressive in the second half for the Bears. Into the middle of the park. Crashes again. This is a better defensive set from the Bears. And the ball comes out. The referee says... No, he said held. He called held, so that's fine. That's gone backwards. Loose pass. Well cleaned up. At the back. Piper Heath wants a bit of that. Almost gets a hold of that one. Kick didn't quite get enough on it. Might come off though. Watson Compton, the skipper for the Sharks. Ducks inside. Good chase. Tassie Mads gave her nothing. And now gets through one. The Sharks are not onside. Tries to wrestle her way through. Does that in that carry. In the middle, thought about dishing off. Cleaned up well. Slow play the ball. Holds it up just enough. Here's a good run here. Ducks inside. Gets through one, although wrapped up at the back. Sky Cash says you ain't going nowhere. Had to come from backfield on that one. Slows it down. The marker grabs her. That's a waste of a tackle on the last now. Paige McCourt thought she had more time than she did. There's 2 there at dummy half. In the end, here comes the kick. Wasn't much on it. Was it touched? The referee says no. Here's a good kick return. In the end, 4 of them. Brings it down. Lloyd Phillips, again, impressive in fullback for the Sharkies. Just lost that one. Had to get 3 bites of it. Allowed the defensive line to close in on her. Bears going to get back on side. Marker grabs her there. And lost forward, or a forward pass. So lucky break for the Bears. back to live play. Still got 14 minutes and change left in this one. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's, I'm loving it. The Darwin brothers 24 leading the South Darwin Rabbitohs, yet to score. And I was correct, Jacinta Summers has got a double for the brothers. What a superstar she is. Oh, played out there. What's the touch judge going to say? He's going to say it will be another scrum down and will be Sharks feed. Speaking of feed, wouldn't mind a mega meal from McDonald's right now. Togo, she has been impressive, although she can't get hold of Lloyd Phillips there. Eventually she's brought down straight from dummy half, wants to go quickly, hands it off. That's Humes. Plenty going on. Numbers on that far edge there. She's going, she's got to go for a carry, still going. Eventually she's dragged down. They're making heaps of territory with every tackle. Goes inside now, has to take it over her head, doesn't matter. Still got a couple in the bag. Dishes off, standing start. Crashes through, still going, still going, still going. That's Humes, can't break the line. On last now, just a few feet away. Can they score another? Dishes off to the right. Here comes the kick. Dinkying, didn't quite make the best of that. Piper Heath would like that one again, because he's made a meal of it. And the Sharks have scored again. Here comes the dinky kick. And she just stopped. Piper Heath. Look, the ball was a bit beyond her, but there just wasn't any agency to get to that. It was a good kick from the skipper, Watson Compton. Threaded the needle well. On Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it's 32 points to the better now. Game day brought to you by NTF Construction Supply Specialists. If you're building in the top end, NTF is your go-to. Of course, next weekend it's no more round. As we see this conversion attempt, just again, accuracy good, just not enough sauce on that. Not enough sweet and sour sauce with the nuggets. Chicken McNuggets, we see this kick again. So she's, yeah, look, she's stuck her leg out there. I don't know what she was doing, Piper Heath, but in the end, it doesn't matter. But back to no more round next weekend, 27th and 28th at TRL Stadium. An important issue in the community. No more round. No more to domestic or family violence. And it's great that the rugby league community, as always, is coming together every year to support what is a very significant and important cause. And that has gone out, so the Bears just cannot take a trick at the moment. Sharks with possession again, just causing absolute havoc with every carry. Comes in for, seems like an eternity to crash into the defensive line there, still going. Eventually plays the ball, dishes off inside. The Sharks have got to put more pain on. I'm sure they want to hold the Bears to a clean sheet. Driven backwards there. Inside, just double pump, not a great pass in the end. She's going to have to clean up at the back. Lost a bit of territory. Skirts around. Couldn't find the handle on that. They're doing all sorts of stuff here as the Sharkies. And yeah, they make some sort of territory. Still going. Playing a bit of backyard foot at the moment. Still going. Ara on last. Haven't called her name a lot today. Here comes the kick. Again, the skipper would like that one. Goes long. They should score here. That was not a great kick, but it comes off well in the end. Tassie Mads scores her first. Another great kick from the skipper. Watson Compton. 2 from her boot now. And again, I'm not sure if she meant to do that. I think she probably wanted it to go a little more straight up. In the end, it's just gone wide, and they had some good coverage on that end and overlap. She could have gone to her right. But in the end, Tassie Mads got herself a Big Mac. Or a hot apple pie. And as our Chemist Warehouse scoreboard finally updates itself, 36-0. Around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's again. Reminder, in the Gatley Shield, it was the Bears that defeated the Sharks 34-4. The Raiders took the points over the Dragons 18-6. In the DABSCO Premiership, the Raiders also took the points 28-16 over the Dragons. In the Tru-Flow Premiership, around the grounds, thanks to McDonald's, 34. The Darwin brothers are currently leading South Darwin Rabbitohs 0. And of course, in this game, on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it is the Sharks 36 leading the Bears. Set an update from TRL. It is half-time, I believe, half-time in the Tru-Flow Premiership there, and the brothers have gone into the sheds with a 40-point advantage. And here's a good kick return here from the Sharkies. Pushes through, says get out of my way. She's still going. She's not going to go score. No, she's dragged out in the end. Didn't quite have the toe. But how was that? Just bashing her way through. A bit of afters there, doesn't matter. Great kick return. Dishes off inside the middle of the park off a standing start. Tries to bash her way through. Can't do it. Ducks in. Finds her line. Goes for it. Still got 2 in the bag. Dummy hard. That was a loose pass. Be cleaned up at the back. This is the woman that started it all. She's going. She's going to finish it with a try. No, she can't. Humes with her second in the set. This is off now. Good line speed from the Bears. Manages to close that down. On last now. Inside. Ducks in. Ducks 1. Ducks twice. Lloyd Phillips dragged down. That wasn't last. It was last. That'll be a turnover. Less than 5 minutes to go in this one. Bears deep inside their own area. We saw some of that vision earlier from TRL, the brothers and the Rabbitohs. Of course, the brothers are in a different looking jersey. They're in the Humpty Dumpty Foundation jersey, I believe. So we'll hear more about that when we go to DABSCO men's first grade premiership and match of the round later after this one, straight up to TRL. Still got 4 minutes to play here at Weber Park. Can the Bears score something? Piper Heath, she wants to have a go. Still going, stands at the tackle, still going. Eventually brought down onto her backside. Dishes off. Was asking a lot with that pass. In the end, she collects it just below her knees. Sharks still giving him nothing. They want a clean sheet. Ignores Heath. Here comes the kick. How deep is it? Oh, shocking bounce. Is it going to hold up? Couldn't quite get to it. Did Nelson. I need a bit more turn on that one. And the Sharkies will clean it up down the back. They've got 3 minutes to hold a clean sheet here. Is that Lloyd Phillips with a carry? No, sorry. That Sky Cash has also been impressive. That's Lloyd Phillips. Standing start, straight off the line there, couldn't quite hold it. Slow play the ball, goes off to the left, off to her right, got numbers there, down that edge, spins it fast, puts the afterburners on, bashes through the second tackle, still going, she is quick. Jamie Park is exceptionally quick, still going, still going, still going. She's not going to score, is she? That's the try of the year. Jamie Park, the audacity to score that. 6 deep, dragged almost the entire Bears squad with her, and she absolutely loves it, and so she should. She should clip this and play it on repeat for the rest of the year. Gets through this. Almost dragged down from the back. Pushes out of that one. Carried players with her. Luchetti couldn't get up. And Nelson, again, just had to watch another Sharky, and this time in Jamie Park, go over the line. One of the quickest in the Tru-Flow Premiership. She had no authority to score from there. So the Sharkies, they'll tighten their grip on second spot. That one just falls short again. As we finally update the scoreboard. 40 points to zip as we head into the last few seconds. We see again here. There she is on the right there. Off she goes, bang. Puts the afterburners on, pushes through one. Decks through the second. Gets her a gap there. Again, drags the number 9 with her. Just poetry in motion. Bang. And she had a massive, she realised how significant that try was. She couldn't believe it herself. Either could I. They go for a kickoff up to that far edge there. That is the full-time siren. And in the end, it was a painful day out at Bear Park for the Litchfield Bears. They've gone down to the Northern Sharks, who have solidified their spot in second place on the Tru-Flow Premiership ladder. 40 points to 0. As we go up north. We might go straight up north. No, we're not going to go straight up north. We're going to have a quick break. Don't go anywhere because, of course, coming up next, Humpty Dumpty. Jerseys? No, we're going to go now. So we are. No, we're not going to go now. It's fine. It's all good. We want the music. It's all good. We're having a lot of fun here. It's rugby league at its best. Tru-Flow Premiership still going on up at TRL. Just watching some of the highlights. As we see, oh, you're kidding me. Another one. I think Jacinta Summers has just scored a triple. Just got her hat-trick for Darwin brothers between the posts up at TRL, as we see the two teams come together here at Webber Park, the Litchfield Bears and the Northern Sharks. There were times that got a little bit spicy, a bit of extra sweet and sour sauce on their nuggets in this one. As we see some of the highlights. Of this Tru-Flow Premiership broadcast. The first one we've ever brought to you from Webber Park. Don't go anywhere, because we've got the Darwin brothers taking on the South Darwin Rabbitohs in the DABSCO Premiership. They like that one. Well, in this game, plenty to do for the Bears, but as far as the Sharks are concerned, another impressive performance from them. Grace Bailey, who was good with the boot. The team did her a favour in scoring a lot of the points under it. Here's Jamie Park again. She scored a double. That was her second. Grace Bailey went over. Humes, McIntyre, Taru, Madziak and Jamie Park with a double. And in the end, and she loves that one, and didn't we love it too? Got a bit excited about that one. They couldn't believe it. The Sharkies, that'll be on high rotation come the highlights during the week. We're going to take a very, very quick break. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to go back up to TRL, probably for the remainder of the Tru-Flow Premiership up there, but also our DABSCO Premiership game of the round. It will be the Darwin brothers taking on the South Darwin Rabbitohs, but from here at Webber Park, all done. Don't go anywhere, we'll see you soon. Welcome back. It's Tru-Flow Premiership action at TRL as we see Jacinta Summers with another carry. She's not going to score a triple, a quadruple, is she? Oh, taken down. I'm going to cross over to our call team in the top end of TRL. We've got Cam, Axe and the boys up there. Can you hear us, fellas?
Yeah, Dave, we can hear you coming through.
All right, over to you, fellas.
Well, there's 18 minutes to go in this Tru-Flow Services Premiership Round 9 match between the Darwin brothers and the South Darwin Rabbitohs. And just crossed yet again for another try. It's now 60 points to 0 with a kick to come. As I said, there's 18 minutes left on the clock. Brothers are going to rack up a big score here tonight against Souths. Souths, they haven't stopped trying, but we are looking at a very different class of football team when we talk about the Darwin brothers women's team. Of course, Darwin brothers tonight, Dave, they are wearing white and purple, not the usual blue butcher's strips, and that's all in aid of the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. Darwin brothers raising money for the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. Last year they raised $14,000. This year they're hoping to raise a little bit more than that. So tonight we will have our live stream from the TRL Stadium, and it will be the Darwin brothers team up against the South Darwin Rabbitohs. We are looking at the competition third place team, Darwin brothers, well entrenched in that top four, up against the sixth place. Now we saw South Darwin Rabbitohs play last weekend in the Chico Motlop Shield Axe, and they certainly put on an entertaining performance, and they look good when they spread the ball wide. But one of the concerning things in terms of the team lineup tonight is that they only have 5 players backing up from last weekend's 17, and only 2 of those 5 are actually playing in the same position as last week, Axe.
Well, that's going to be an interesting lineup, Cam, and good evening to you, Dave McRae and Donnie Bell over in Western Australia. And like Cam said, be interesting, only 5 players backing up. And I spoke to the head trainer in last week's Chico Motlop Shield, and their comments were because of the importance of the match and the personal touch to the match to the players. Both teams and the players just turned it up an extra notch, and that's why we saw so much fatigue out there. And those players were going that extra little mile.
Yeah, Darwin brothers, last week's Friday night game, unfortunately they went down 28-26 against the Litchfield Bears, so they will be looking for a good win tonight. If South Darwin can reproduce some of that form from last week, that will be made for, I suppose, an entertaining match, but the big change to the squad, that's going to be a huge challenge. When they're up against a team like Darwin brothers are just such a settled team, like 1 through to 17, very few changes from week to week. It's going to be a tough challenge for South Darwin tonight. Of course, as we said, they are raising money for the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. We saw the story come through the NT News during the week of Moses Witness Jr., son of a brothers legend, life member there in Moses Witness Senior, whose son was born with a heart defect and needed life-saving surgery, which couldn't be performed here in the NT. And through the Humpty Dumpty Foundation, they purchased the transport incubator and got the little boy down to Melbourne for that surgery. And he's happy and well, 6 years old now. Dave, you still there? Can you hear us?
Yes, boys, we can hear. Don't know if you can hear us. You probably can't. But yeah, we're just showing some highlights of last week's game with the brothers and the Bears. We might try and get a score update.
60 points here now, brothers over Souths.
So 60 points.
Testing.
These boys right now.
Dave, can you hear us now?
Yes, mate. I don't know if you can hear me.
About 14 minutes left on the clock here. Darwin brothers 60 up against Souths 0. Axe, I'm not too sure if it came through before, but we were talking about the Humpty Dumpty Foundation that this round is raising money for. And the story of Moses Witness Jr., son of a brothers legend who was born born with a heart defect and needed life-saving surgery down in Melbourne. Now, the Humpty Dumpty Foundation pays for hospital equipment for kids all around the country, and so this life-saving incubator, transport incubator, Moses Witness Jr. was the beneficiary of that, being able to be transported to Melbourne to get this life-saving surgery, and is a happy, healthy 6-year-old now running around. And Darwin Brothers shared that story this week, and that's what we're raising money here tonight at TRL Stadium for the Darwin Brothers versus South Darwin Rabbitohs match, all in, for the Humpty Dumpty Foundation.
And such a special night, Cam, and I can hear it on now. It's coming back through the earpiece, so all systems go here in TRL. But such a special night, Cam, and I was speaking to the club president earlier before, and we're going to get in contact with him a little bit later on in tonight's broadcast. If you can spare a few dollars or two, even a small amount, everything counts to go towards it via the Darwin Brothers Facebook page. They're going to organise some details to be placed up on the Facebook page hopefully tonight, and those details will be able to lead you to making a donation, of course. Cam, can't forget to mention our game day sponsors for tonight. Our game day partner, NTF Construction Supply Specialist, Tony Crow, and the incredible team here at NRL NT, working in conjunction with Dave McRae at Local Media Services to bring us this phenomenal broadcast. And Tony Crow has asked me just to mention the hot dogs, which there is no doubt our sideline commentary team will be checking those out tonight. Cam?
Actually won't get a lot of time between this game and then the next game to get down to the canteen. Just want to talk a little bit more about the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. Been in operation for 35 years plus. It supported over 500 hospitals right around Australia, metro, rural and remote areas. Bought 6,900 plus pieces of medical equipment, over $100 million raised during the 35 years. Of course, Ray Martin, who is a South Sydney Rabbitohs fan, is a big supporter, is the face of the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. So a great cause that you can donate to tonight if you get onto humpty.org.au. That's humpty.org.au. You will be able to donate to the foundation this evening. There's about 11 minutes left to go in this Tru-Flow Services Premiership match. Darwin Brothers 66, big margin here over South Darwin, Rabbitohs 0. We were talking about the men's game coming up in the DABSCO Premiership. Brothers have named a really stable, consistent team. 1 through to 17, a lot of stability there. Up against the South Darwin Rabbitohs team that's seen massive change from last week's team that put on a pretty good performance against the Nightcliff Dragons in the Chico Motlop Shield. Only 5 of those South Darwin Rabbitohs players backing up from last week. Only 2 of those players, the lock forward being Dylan Solian and the front rower Travis Mitchell playing in the same position. So it's going to be a tough ask for South Darwin tonight. But hopefully they can put on an entertaining performance. While Darwin Brothers, they'll be looking to get back in the winner's circle. Last start losers against the Litchfield Bears, 28 points to 26. Darwin Brothers really want to stay connected with the big three, themselves, the Raiders, and the Bears at the top of the NRL ladder. Earlier today, we did see the Palmerston Raiders 28 defeat the Nightcliff Dragons 16 in the DABSCO Premiership. So Nightcliff sitting in the 4, so they are in finals contention, but they are just, I suppose, one step down from the big 3. But tonight we'll get to see Darwin Brothers, who will look to address some of the uncharacteristic errors they made last week. A lot of drop ball. They really struggled to settle, and speaking to some of the players after the game, they took responsibility around it. It was the mistake rate was just too high. They expect a whole lot better from themselves. And
I spoke to, during the Chico Motlop clash, I did have a chat to Aaron Kernoff. He was down here watching, and he has said to me they've addressed those smaller issues that they picked up in the game. Cam, you were talking about them. They've addressed those issues out training, and they're looking to come back without them errors from the last clash. And also, they are sitting 3rd on the ladder, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to climb up. Litchfield Bears sit 1st, Palmerston Raiders 2nd, and then, if you mentioned Cam, the Nightcliff Dragons are 4th. So it's going to be a bit of an arm wrestle tonight. I'm looking forward to the clash tonight, and a little bit of an arm wrestle in store
Yeah, look, I know we're a week early, but next week, if we look through to round 10 of the draw, it's going to be Raiders versus Bears. So whenever you get two of the teams in the big three playing against each other, there's an opportunity for the ladder to change at the top. And so next week is Raiders v Bears. So Brothers getting a win tonight and then going into next week against the Dragons, potentially can string some back-to-back wins together and really... I suppose, put those top teams under pressure. And they keep driving each other, don't they? The top three teams, you can see that they keep pushing each other, keep driving each other, and they're raising the standard here in the DABSCO Premiership.
Absolutely, and you look out to the Litchfield Bears, they have played 8, Palmerston Runners played 9. They both sit on 14 points, 7 wins, so it is going to be the absolute time to win the game in that game there, Cam. But conditions are beautiful here at TRL Stadium, and we just want to point out how good do those kits look.
Well, you know, Darwin Brothers all around Australia, they play in their traditional white and blue, you know, known as the butcher stripes. But tonight they're wearing white with purple highlights there in aid of the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. And I read a post during the week that the players have actually purchased these jerseys so that the money can go into the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. They're aiming to raise $14,000+ tonight to break last year's record, as we've just seen the captain for Darwin Brothers, Ellie Nicky, score underneath the post. And I tell you what, the question still remains, will anyone stop Darwin Brothers this season? It
is a team that needs to be stopped, I guess, for the lower ladder teams, but it is incredibly hard to stop them this season. They're a strong team, and I was talking to John Adams before, the Darwin Brothers president. He was saying that the sponsors jumped on board to purchase these kits, and then the players bought the individual kits for the game. All the money from them purchases go back to the Humpty Foundation, which is great to see.
Fantastic, and that's, you know, the power of the rugby league community, isn't it? Australia-wide, local clubs, NRL clubs, all putting the shoulder to the wheel, and tonight raising money for a great cause in medical equipment for kids, for our metro, our remote, our regional hospitals. And the story that Darwin Brothers shared this week of Moses Wigness Jr. was just such a happy story because of that life-saving piece of equipment that the Humpty Dumpty Foundation was able to provide. 72 points to 0 now, Brothers leading Souths. We do have around 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Having a look at the Darwin Brothers team, who do you like tonight? What are you going to be looking for, Axe?
Look, I think in the Darwin Brothers.
No, in the men's, like, you know, Antonio James backing up again there at fullback, so safe as houses at the fullback. Caleb Nicky, who played the first half of the season in the back row, but now has found his home in the centres. He's been so dominant out wide. He'll be joined in the centres tonight by Ratu Rugu. Mikhail Vitete out on the wings, picked up a number of tries this season, so they're looking very good out wide. A lot of stability in the halves with Aaron Kernoff and Dallas Coulton. Up front, I'm really excited that Cairo Ahmad is back in the starting lineup. I really like the way both him and Elijah Coombs play. They're very tough front rowers, but they're mobile front rowers, and we saw Elijah Coombs last week put a jink on from a kick return and then ran 50 metres. And their back row with Tupou, Tadipada and Northam. Actually, they're an impressive lineup, Darwin Brothers. South Darwin will definitely have their hands full this evening.
And look, I do think if the South Sydney Rapidos come up against the Darwin Brothers, I think they would have their work cut out for them, Cam. But look, I think Antonio James, he's always someone that just surprises you every round, Cam. Week in, week out, Antonio James surprises us. Aaron Kernoff, though, I love how he brings the positive vibe and the positive attitude out onto the field, Cam. He leads a good squad in the change rooms. He comes out onto TRL Stadium. He brings a positive charge to the team, and I feel that's where the Darwin Brothers get their results.
Yeah, Axe, you know, you're talking about two players that form part of that brothers' spine. Antonio James, very safe at fullback, but his kick returns are quite exceptional, and he is a player that can turn on a little bit of magic, and no one celebrates a try in the NRL NT better than Antonio James. And then the other player you mentioned there, Aaron Kernoff, the captain for the season. You're right, he really controls the game, and he really leads this team team from the front. We see him at half-time. Noticeably, before brothers head into the sheds, they gather in a circle out in the centre of the field, and Aaron Kernoff has a few words to say before they head into the shield. I can't wait until we get John Adams on a little bit later today, just to talk to him about what's in place there at Darwin Brothers that's made them such a successful football team, both in the men's and in the women's, because they're last year's premiers. They won the double last year, and both teams will be there come finals football this year.
And that's what we want to see. One thing I noticed, Cam, is, and I think it's something that teams have picked up over the last couple of rounds of noticing, Jacinta Summers, she's doing it for the Darwin Brothers, and I'm just looking forward to the fullback in the DABSCO Premiership. They keeping their fullbacks at home, ready for any potential chip or chase or any decent balls that get loose. They've learned over the last few rounds, you have to keep the fullbacks at home.
Yeah, we saw that amazing kick from Aaron Kernoff from the scrum base, didn't we? And Antonio James on the fly to collect that ball. I love when teams do that. Just put the defence in two minds. You know, if you play your fullback up in the defensive line and there's a kick that goes through, it turns them around and says, no, you keep someone back there, because if not, we're going to exploit this. And Aaron Kernoff, very smart footballer, he will spot that if there's no fullback at home, and will look to get Antonio James or one of the other Darwin Brothers flyers coming through, you know, Hayden Riggs and Mikhail Vitote, both very capable finishers. And
talk about Aaron Kernoff spotting things. We have a bit of a friendly match off ourselves, so he's worked out at half time if he can dodge the sideline commentators. So maybe I'll have to get a kit from the Darwin Brothers so I can blend in and try and sneak out and grab him, because he's become very smart at making a beeline, all in friendly fashion, of course, to the change rooms before the sideline commentators bail him up for a half-time report.
We should mention that his brother is an omission tonight. He hasn't played for a few rounds now. That's Trent Kernoff. And that's someone who was missed last week against the Litchfield Bears, was Trent in the back row or up front. A front rower who's aggressive in the style of football that he plays, very capable to slip and offload. And that if Trent was out on the field last week when Brothers were up by 8 points in the back end of the game, he would have been one of those steadying hands. But we saw there that Darwin Brothers gave up an 8-point lead in the back end of that game. I don't think they'll be in that sort of territory tonight.
So just over a minute and 30 seconds remaining on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Was it the Tru-Flow services? And
Bianca Stokes running over there for yet another Darwin Brothers try. That takes the scoreboard to 82-0 with the kick to come. I'd say this is good for the for and against, but I don't think Brothers really need to worry about that where they're placed on the ladder at this stage of the season. But it's been yet another dominant performance by the Darwin Brothers women's team in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. As they look, you can see them jogging back to the halfway together as a united group. You know, these are the sorts of attitude things that we look at when we observe rugby league teams. Do they just sort of wander back themselves, or they bunch up and jog back together? No, even though they're up by so much, they're still doing all those 1%ers that just makes them such a quality team.
100% Cam, I have to agree to that, and you can see every week those teams that hustle up as a group and run back and get into the huddles when they need. It really just shows the difference between them top teams and them teams that, you know, could work on that a little bit. But Jacinta Summers,
nice kick. She raises the flag, Zach. So that's 84-0. That will be the full-time score, I'm sure.
10 seconds to go. We won't have time to bring it back. And we just look in, if we have a look out to Game 1 and Game 2 of the Ampol State of Origin, just how important getting the flags raised on a conversion is, Cam.
Yeah, and just how important was that win for Queensland on Wednesday night to take the series to Game 3 in New South Wales?
Look, I wasn't going to bring that up at all, but since you mentioned it, I think it's great that they have won the game, though, Cam, because it keeps the series alive and it puts Game 3 into an absolute blockbuster of a game for Origin 3. So I am, in a way, glad that it's still alive, but we won't talk too much about the results from Wednesday night.
Very happy to talk all night long about Queensland's great victory, Axe. Just give me a mic.
As I just take my earpiece out to head to the canteen. But of course, events like this, Cam, wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. Game day sponsor, NTF Construction Supplier, specialist around the ground, thanks to McDonald's. Chemist Warehouse bringing us our beautiful scoreboard updates. Of course, Arctic Ice 4X Steel Line, Canex, ICS, which is the official apparel supporter. Tru-Flow Services and DABSCO is our Premiership naming rights partners. Of course, all the hard-working volunteers, game day staff, our camera operators, and everyone that gets behind the scenes, to our trainers, to our water runners, to the ball kids, Cam, the young junior up-and-coming NRL stars that run up and down the sidelines with the touch judges and ensure the balls are there to restart play with minimal time delayed.
Axe, you do that so well. So 2 results through at the moment in round 9 of the Tru-Flow Services Premiership out there at Webber Park. It is full time. That was the game that Dave McRae was calling out there. 40 points to 0. The Northern Sharks had a good win over the Litchfield Bears there. So on our live ladder, the Sharks moved to 14 points. Here at TRL Stadium, we've got Darwin Brothers 84 over South Darwin 0. We'll check with TC about what was the outcome in that Nightcliff Dragons and Palmerston Raiders game that was scheduled for earlier today. So Brothers on the live ladder extend their lead at the top. They're on 18 points with well over a plus 400 for and against. The Northern Sharks moved to 14. The Litchfield Bears, having gone down quite heavily this week and last week, they're sitting in third. I suppose the Palmerston Raiders can catch them in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. They are definitely catchable, but you'd have to think that Brothers, Sharks, Bears and the Raiders will make the top 4 in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership final series. And then looking at our live ladder here in round 9 of the DABSCO Premiership, the Raiders 28 defeating the Dragons 16. So the Raiders moving to 14 points. Joining the Bears on top of the table, of course, the Bears with the game in hand out there at Webber Park up against the Northern Sharks, who were impressive early on but never got a win, and they really are off the pace at the moment, the Northern Sharks. So you'd have to think that the Bears will go into that game as favourites and should pick up the win there. But if the Sharks can get that stability in team that they had early on, they might be able to surprise the Bears. And here at TRL Stadium, we are only a few minutes away from kickoff in the round 9 Premiership match between Darwin Brothers and the South Darwin Rabbitohs. And of course, we're doing it all for the Humpty Dumpty Foundation, raising vital funds to purchase much needed medical equipment in metro, rural, regional and remote hospitals that help our kids. So if you can give, jump onto humpty.org.au and you can make a one-off or a recurring donation, just like we're doing here tonight. And we see the Darwin Brothers in the white and purple jerseys rather than their traditional butcher strip. We've just seen the men's team have a photo underneath the posts. I'm sure there'll be a guard of honour that is made, and very soon we'll have the players running out on the field for tonight's clash.
And I'm sure that the Chemist Warehouse will be on the agenda for the team this week to get some good nappy sand or some bleach to get those jerseys clean after a clash here tonight. Cam, I did drop into Webber Park on the way through to TRL. For people joining us on the live broadcast and people that know me from up in the territory know that I do live in a place called Humpty Doo. Yes, Cam, that is a place. Webber Park is only about 12 minutes up the road, so I dropped in there and saw the Litchfield Bears and their preparations for night games. A couple of debutants, of course, and they're excited to go into tonight's game as a home game.
And they put on a great home game day out there at Webber Park. You know, they've got such a strong club up there, huge community support for the Litchfield Bears. So it's great that you're able to get out there. And of course, we have the V8s here in town this weekend. And Axe, you are a massive petrol head. And so tomorrow you'll spend the day out there at Hidden Valley Racetrack?
Of course, it is round 6 of the Repco Supercar Championship. Of course, it's Indigenous round, Cam, that brings us up here to the beautiful Larrakia country. We've seen absolute carnage today. We've seen Cam Waters do well, Anton De Pasquale, he's done well, but we've also seen race engineers and mechanics. Well, they're going to be on double time tonight getting some of these cars. We've seen some big incidences tonight, but Tony Crow actually did ask me when I walked into his office before. He said, I was surprised to see you here. I said, Tony, I wouldn't miss a match of TRL for the world. We can watch Repco Supercars on replay. But yes, Cam, I will be down. If you are at the Darwin Supercars, come and say g'day. I'll have my NRLNT WCBH shirt on. Be down there soaking up the corporate hospitality. But Cam, it looks like the commentary team's walked into the box tonight. I think I might head down to the sideline via the canteen, grab some refreshments, thinking a hot dog tonight to get us going. But a big, big night of Territory Rugby League in the beautiful Larrakia country.
Thanks, Ax. As you do that, let's just run through the team sheets as our match day commentators take their position. For brothers, Antonio James will line up at fullback. On the wings are Hayden Riggs and Mikhail Vitete. In the centres, Ratu Rugu and Caleb Nicky. In the halves for Darwin Brothers, Aaron Kernoth, he will be the captain. The halfback, of course, is Dallas Quilton. Up front, Elijah Coombs, Cairo Ahmad are the front rowers. Connor Williams, he will lock the scrum in jersey number 9. Tame Tupou, Caleb Tutipata and Jared Northam, they are the back rowers for Darwin Brothers. And on the bench, Kenneth O'Connor, Nawari Tom, Frith Warasam and Jaden Walkup. And of course the coach is Leon Cleal as South Darwin Rabbitohs take the field. And we're seeing Phoenix Poole this afternoon or this evening lining up at fullback. Jay Raymond and Jalen Priestley out there on the wing. Palasa Carter and Oliver Dawson in the centres. Carter played on the wing last week and picked himself up a couple of tries. 5/8 will be filled by Francis Wapu today in jersey number 19. At halfback will be Denzel Morris, Justin Wells, Harley Renzi, and the other front rower is Travis Mitchell up front. And the back rowers are Carolus Day. And we will also see most likely William Siganto come into the second row, and Dylan Solian will be there at lock forward. So we're seeing the very experienced, very stable Darwin Brothers team up against a relatively different South Darwin team to the team we saw last week take the field. The stage is set here for this round 9 DABSCO Premiership clash or for the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. Axe, we will speak to you on the sidelines via the canteen and at halftime, and we hand over to Chris and Kyle for the commentary.
Absolutely, and just a very quick one before I hit the canteen. 26.5 degrees here in Marara, winds going north 6 kilometres an hour with humidity 71%. Good evening to our commentators for tonight.
Good evening and lovely job. Thanks, boys, from the WCBH 97.7 team, Cam and Axel. Lovely to have your company, folks, for this very special coverage of the NRLNT DABSCO Premiership round. Of course, we are celebrating the Humpty Dumpty Foundation, a very special foundation, and of course partnering with the Darwin Brothers for this special occasion. Big match up tonight. Of course, the Darwin Brothers sitting third, taking on the bottom place South Darwin Rabbitohs, yet to record a victory. Have had some close matches, including last week against the Nycliffe Dragons. Showed plenty of grit in that contest. Just coming up short though in the end. 44-26 was the final score in that fixture. Be interesting to see what we can expect from them tonight. The Burrows against the Brethrens. Looking forward to it. And of course we were able to bring you our first live coverage outside of TRL Stadium, and that was at Weber Park tonight. Between the Litchfield Bears and the Northern Sharks, and the Northern Sharks picking up a massive win, recording a 40-0 victory over the Bears on their home turf. So a big win for the Sharks, and certainly stamping their authority in the Women's Premiership. Of course, myself, Kyle Fauntleroy, joined by Sharks NT referees, life member Chris Foy in commentary tonight. Chrissy, pretty excited to be here. We haven't taken on the main commentary role for a little while, and I'm excited. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, very good, Kyle. Great to be here and on such a special round. Brothers with their Humpty Dumpty fundraising round. And we'll see a little special ceremony here with the kickoff with Moses Wignes Jr. taking the kickoff in a ceremonial sense to signify what brothers the club are undertaking tonight. And a wonderful gesture from them and from Souths to be a part of it.
Going, buddy? Go, you got it. Yep. You ready?
So brothers have won the toss and have elected to kick. And of course, how special is that? Moses Mini to take that kickoff. Absolutely brilliant to see. The honourable kickoff, honorary kickoff, should I say, sorry. Very special.
Stay behind, fellas.
There's the whistle. We're underway here at TRL Stadium. Darwin brothers taking on the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Nicky makes first defensive contact.
Hold, go, one.
Big run there from Mitchell.
Roll out now.
Shy of the 30. South Darwin looking a little bunched. Here's Butler, the veteran for the South Darwin Rabbitohs.
15 minutes away.
So we can still match with the senior footy boys.
3.
Go left side. Here's Morris. Nice short ball. Oh, look at that. Beautiful offload.
Hands out.
Going down the left side. Just reaching the halfway point here. Taking in a strong tackle there. 3 defenders from the Darwin brothers. They've reached last. Haven't gained a whole heap of metres. Here's Ballard, known as Francis. Puts that high in the air. And we'll go to the brothers winger and Michaela Batatui. Sorry.
1.
Brothers now bringing it back to the middle. And the standouts for the brothers last year, Hayden Riggs, just tackled shy of the 40. Right side.
9 off his...
Pushing their way to the halfway line now is the brothers. He'll earned himself an extra metre there. Yeah, no, referee's pulled him up. Paul De Vere, the 2024 A-grade grand final referee, is in charge tonight. Tackled shy of the 40. So they're going to go the early kick. They will. Not a lot of distance on it. And touched by brothers, so this will be a 7 tackle set.
Yeah, good chase there by the brothers' side, but unfortunate they weren't able to control that and picked up by the South swinger, Jay Raymond, I think, and now Souths are trying to ruck it out. Don't seem to have a lot of organisation at the moment. Denzel Morris there at 7, he's trying to get them organised. Barking instructions to his players. Francis Wapau with the kick. And out on the full, too strong.
And just to mention the game before that, in the Tru-Flow Premiership women's match, the Darwin brothers picked up a huge victory over the South Darwin Rabbitohs, 84 points to 0, Chrissy. Yeah, no, it really shows why they are, the pinnacle of the competition. We've mentioned plenty of times on coverage, they've dominated the competition for the last 5 to 6 years. They're featured in just about every grand final in that time frame. Though, in saying that, round 6, just a couple of weeks ago, they were only able to defeat the Northern Sharks by 2 points. In fact, they were down in that game multiple times throughout it. And we've seen the Sharks pick up a big win tonight here at Weber Park against the Bears. We have to think that Sharks are going to be the competitive side against the Darwin brothers come finals time, Chrissy.
They seem to be the only other side in the women's competition who look like they might have a chance of coming close to the brothers' side. Bit untidy there from the brothers drop the ball and have our first scrum of the evening, and Souths have a win here.
Just trying to get some meterage there, but isn't able to get past the defensive line. Tackled on the 40. Goes himself as the hooker in Harley Renzi. Short ball there. In the front row from Morris. Francis with the ball. Just a little inside. You can see Francis just marching the troops along with barking orders. They'll go to Morris down on the left. Which last tackle. Got the halves either side. They'll go to Francis. Puts that one up in the air. He's going to find the winger. Does well though to fire. And here's Nicky now. A dummy half.
Hands out now, 9.
Obviously a very versatile player is Caleb Nicky, playing in the centres tonight, but we've seen him play in the halves, we've seen him play in the second row. Of course, a Frank Johnson medalist, brings plenty to the brothers' pack.
Contact's fine there. Hands out now, sir.
Just tackled over the halfway now is the brothers. Here's Coombs. Tackle on 30, last tackle, brothers. They'll go left side for options. Halfback in Colton puts it in the air. Taken by brothers, but he isn't able to hold on to it. And we'll have a 20-metre. No, it's going to go with the.
Yep.
Ball in the 10. And Morris
Go now, no tackle.
takes the play. South Darwin, a bit of work to do to get out of their own 10 here.
13 move!
Thought they might have been a bit unlucky there. I thought it was a brothers knock on. The ball did go travel dead.
Now make one. Hold. Go two.
Again, South Darwin looking really bunched here in their attacking line. It's taking a little bit of time to get the direction going. Here's Morris. Swings it wide. They're going to go to the winger. Tries to get past the defender. Isn't able.
Go. Let him up.
And you just see here, South are struggling to get the meterage. We've already reached last tackle. Morris is going to boot that torpedo ball in the air. It's high. It's good. Antonio James, though, it bounces off his chest, but he's able to regather before it hits the ground. The star he is, Antonio James, for the Darwin brothers.
Nice big kick there from Morris, and a fairly good chase too from Souths. That's what they need to do. They need to get down and put the pressure on, and as you mentioned, Kyle, very static in attack. Not really making brothers chase them or do too much work in defence, so it's a bit unfortunate. They'll need to rectify that.
Kernoff now shows a couple here and goes, and is eventually taken just shy of the 20. Go to the second row, and Caleb Tapata. Left side, last tackle. Swing it wide. Nicky's with it, has to juggle it. It won't matter, he's too good, he scores!
Yeah, there's been not the crisp handling that we've expected or have been seeing in previous games from brothers at the moment. They're a lot of second grabs, both at the kicks when they're receiving them and a number of passes. A couple of knock-ons as well, which Coach clearly will want them to get out of their game. But as Kyle mentioned earlier, they're a very settled side. So you'd think that they'll be able to work their way through this and settle down a bit without too much delay.
Yeah, it's a great point, Chrissy, because we saw a bit of that last week from the Darwin brothers in the first half against the Litchfield Bears, which of course they end up going down by 2 points. You know, that slow start in the first half may have been costly in the end. They weren't able, they end up getting back in terms of on top of the points in that second half against the Bears, but ended up losing that game, and that first half wasn't that great. It wasn't the usual standard that we see from the Darwin brothers.
And maybe they've come in with a bit of overconfidence tonight, knowing that they're playing the cellar dwellers in this competition. But it certainly won't please Coach Cleal. He'll be wanting them to run through as crisp and as detailed as they can to prepare for the next couple of games, to make sure they can cement themselves in second spot on the ladder.
Of course, Dallas Colton slots that, so taking the point 6-0 against South Darwin, thanks to Chemist Warehouse on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. And certainly Dallas Colton playing in the halfback role for the brothers is certainly coming to his own this year. He's only a young fella.
Stay behind the kicker,
he's
boys.
had an impressive year in his first year for, I believe, his first year. He might have had a game or two last year, but certainly playing full time now in the A-grade team for the Darwin brothers, and what a season he's having. Just going through the team sheets for the Darwin brothers. Looks like Aaron Pollard is another name missing. He didn't play last week, and he not in the slot, not in the team sheet for tonight either. A big missing experienced player for the brother inside.
Yeah, they're still out with a couple. Trent Kernoth is not there. Jonas Nicky. So there's still a number of players to come back into this brothers side.
And look at that, just too good from the brothers. Basic football, weaving through defence.
That's a bit more like the brothers that we know and have seen previously. How's the conditions down on at ground level there, Axel?
Yeah, thanks, boys. Look, I certainly can't complain about the conditions down here. 26.5 degrees is about what I call about right for playing conditions here, but you can see the players, they're really focusing on the benches, staying warmed up. We've seen a lot of issues with players cramping up over the last couple of rounds, and you can see the trainers are really keen to keep these players warm in these cooler top-end conditions. But fantastic conditions down here, boys, and I'm interested to see how the first half pans out, and certainly the second half tonight.
Thanks, Axel. And just an update in the other DABSCO Premiership fixture held a little earlier today. The Pumps and Raiders defeated the Ninecliff Dragons 28-16, and the Litchfield Bears picked up a big win at home at Weber Park against the Northern Sharks, 24 points to 0. It's Colton now. He's got this nicely lined up. Can't see him missing. Flags are in the air.
Conversion successful. 25 minutes remaining in the first half.
25 minutes remain in the first half. Let's see if the energy can lift from the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Otherwise, it's going to be a long half for all of us.
Quite a number of injuries in the South Club at the moment,
Stabilise.
which is preventing them from being able to put the same team on the
foot,
field
that's fine. Keep going.
in consecutive weeks, and we're really seeing the
Peace now. Stand, don't
the results of that, the players are disconnected, they haven't played together before, and it's certainly a bit difficult when you're up against a side like Brothers when they got their tails up.
And I think we're just on second tackle here, Chrissy, and well, we can see the Brothers. They've just crossed the 30, about to cross the 20 of their opposition's defensive line, and now they're inside the 10. I believe this is third. Wow.
Go.
My God, they're going to go short side. Francis does well. Puts the pressure on him. Brothers have to scramble. There's a touch according to De Vere, so we're going to have a 6 again restart. We're going to go to Nicky. Tapu. Tackled on the 10. And look at the overlap here. The Brothers just too easy. And they'll cross again, the Darwin Brothers. They'll push this score out to 16 points to 0.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can see the disparity between the two sides. Just as Kyle mentioned from that last kickoff, you know, 2 tackles, and they were well inside the South's half. And then Francis Wapau tried to disrupt the play, but managed to get a hand on the ball. Gave him another set of 6, which is something they really didn't need to keep the
Make it back, you're disadvantaged, all right? So
keep the pressure on the South's defence, and Brothers take full advantage. As we hear Aaron Kernoff there talking to the referee, De Vere.
I'm a whistle. Makes sense? Yep.
And of course, De Vere has supported with touch judges Jesse Burns and Mitchell Herney. Of course, if you're interested in becoming a referee, make the call. Send an email to secretary@ntrlra.com.au.
Few interchanges down here, boys. Starting to play out. I've noticed the Rabbitohs bench has started to switch it up a little bit with interchanges. You can see the coaches really starting to now try and put together a game plan how to put points on this board.
Thanks, Excel. Looks like Justin Wells, and we don't have the name for the number 16. So Justin Wells and number 16 have joined the field. Just an update as well from the reserve grade Gatley Shield fixtures early today. The Palmerston Raiders defeated the Nycliffe Dragons 18 points to 16. The Litchfield Bears at home 34-4 over the Northern Sharks. And the Darwin Brothers picked up a win over the South Darwin Rabbitohs 20 points to 0.
Kyle, it's Anthony Cross, or Crossy, affectionately known as, in the number 16 tonight for the Bunnies.
Legend, thank you. Anthony Cross.
Yeah, we see some interchange players here too for Brothers. That's Jaden Walker. Big run up the middle.
3, no!
Tyler Williams out.
And our first penalty for tonight. Let's put the whistle of De Vere, but unable to in this case. The South Darwin just ill-disciplined in their 10-metre. So they'll cop the penalty. Brothers will like to take the tap. They've got all the momentum, so we're really not surprised by that. And how's this dominant run here by the Brethren? Colton, beautiful inside ball. Goes to Jaden Walcott. And up. That's a surprise. Is that his first game for the Brothers in the Brothers colours? Obviously, Jaden Walcott, a Nycliffe junior and a senior as well, has made the switch to the Darwin Brothers. Of course, a very experienced and dominant player for over the years for the Nycliffe Dragons. It's a big pickup for the Darwin Brothers.
It also provides them with some size, which they haven't got the biggest side. They're a very, very mobile side, but not the biggest side. So he certainly adds to that.
It's quite a traditional concept for the Darwin brothers, hasn't it, Chrissy, over the years? I mean, they've always generally been a smaller pack in comparison to some of the other teams. So certainly a great addition to the lineup for the Darwin brothers in Walcott. And just unfortunate, we are seeing an injured player being taken from the field.
Just before the line, boys, come forward.
Axel might be able to get us an update on him a little later. And brothers now straight back into it. Let's see here, line up to go right side. They've got quite the overlap. And there it is. They're able to get there though, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Great work. Straight through the middle though is the second row, and he scores right under the uprights. Caleb Tapata.
Yeah, very soft try, that one, straight through the teeth of the brothers' defence. Sorry, the South's defence. My apologies. And unfortunately, they're seeming to be able to string a few passes together now, and that's not going to help Souths with their defence. They're very disjointed, and as we were saying, they've got a number of different players in their side, so they're not connected very well from having played together. We get this brother side running hard and straight. They're certainly making inroads, and unfortunately I don't think it's going to get any easier for the Bunnies.
Like that. There is that.
Of course, coming up on the 6th of July as part of NAIDOC Week, to kick off NAIDOC Week actually, here on Larrakia Country, the Deadly Cup Carnival is back in 2025 right here at TRL Stadium. If you can get more information via their Facebook page, the Deadly Cup Carnival. Check them out. Axel, what have you got for us?
An update from the bench for the Rapidos. Jared Northam off for a HIA injury. Big hit there. Coming from the field, he's up and moving around, but a HIA for Northam out of the Rapidos camp tonight.
Good signs in terms of him still being a bit mobile, but for nothing too serious.
Stay behind the kicker, boys.
Is that number 13? We've got Jared Northam playing for Brothers, Axel.
And Walcott, how good was that run? We were just talking about him. Brings it back 15 odd metres, charging. And there he is, the Antonio James, the star.
Go.
Hasn't unlocked that lightning speed just yet. I'm sure we'll see it, no doubt, at some point throughout the game. South will need to be wary of him.
No, make three,
Right
no, make it back,
side.
sorry. Good
Sorry,
now.
boys, I'll just get some... Sorry, that's a blunder from the sideline commentary team. Quinton Smith was the injured player. My apologies to the broadcast. That was, yeah, the injured player. He's off for HIA. Quinton Smith.
Thanks, Ackle, number 14 from the South Darwin. And look here, beautiful work by the brothers. They're inside the 10. It's last tackle. They're going to go to Colton for the kick. Oh, there's a big overlap. They're going to pass this out, and they're going to do the wide ball. And again, it's not the greatest of passes, and it's gone forward. Good call by the touch judge. Definitely went forward.
Yeah, well, they've blown that. There was a great opportunity there. I think that was actually Jared Northam who threw that ball. Maybe he has had a knock as well.
When you're ready, Scout. Go. Attack.
So let's bring it back now.
No. And there, on the shoulder. Hold. Hold. Go, one. Got it.
South trying to find some meters.
Hold here, boys. Go early. Hold. Hold. Go.
Brandon Morris. Yeah, he saw that potentially being a forward, so he has to hold on to it, take the tackle.
Hold it, boys. Hold.
Francis with it. Likes to go himself. It's a hard run here. Taken down by the two defenders. Last tackle. Francis with it. Puts it up in the air. Winger takes it. Looks like he was going to swing out to Antonio, but chooses not to, and what a good choice that was. Gets past three defenders. Oh, he's going to go all the way here. And well done, South's beautiful defence. We're able to get that cover across and put him down. Short side is the brothers. Oh, beautiful ball there. Aaron Kernoff. A little bit of a juggle. Regains nicely. Gets a great some meters. His first Warrisome. Kernoff. Colton. Beautiful inside, beautiful ball. Short it is. Over the line and he'll score.
And that all came from that reception, kick reception from Vatete. And then, as you mentioned, Kyle, he looked to swing it and pick up Antonio James in the centre, but decided against it and shot off like a startled cat right through the middle of the South defensive line. It was a good 40-metre run, pulled down inside the 30, and then brothers just went to work straight and hard, and results in another try for the brethren.
Yeah, I've got the 6 on my 7 on my left.
Darren Colton lining up.
That's all right. I'll hold him. Yeah, we are. Fine, mate.
For his 5th attempt at conversion. No misses at this stage.
Thank you.
We'll see if that fixes him.
Yeah, he's doing well on the kicking. Great ball work as well. Colton doing all the basics right. They've just been well coordinated, the Darwin brothers. You can just see here off to the in goal. Camera probably doesn't pick it up, but looking quite deflated, the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Got to give them credit. Still showing up every week, the South Darwin side. As I said, they put on a mighty effort against the Dragons last week. A gritty performance, only going down by a couple tries. We were able to put a few on the board as well. And we all remember that game earlier in the season against the Dragons. They were, in my opinion, hard done by. I thought they should have picked up that win. But a tougher night here against the informed Darwin brothers, sitting third on the ladder. We're very close to sitting at top of the ladder. If it wasn't for that loss. And look at this, Antonio James. He comes up with the error. An opportunity for the South Darwin side inside the opposition 20.
Well, brothers are making the majority of the errors in this half, but that's because they've had the majority of the ball. Souths have just been defending non-stop. Really, I think this is the furthest into the brothers' half that we've seen them so far.
All right, let's see if South Darwin can put on some magic here. They'll go to the experienced Francis. Second row's got it. He's tackled just inside the 10. Go right side again. Next to go himself, Francis. Actually dragged back past the 10-metre line. And unfortunately comes up with the error. Just wasn't able to get to his feet.
Lost. Oh, you've got to own the stop. Right? No.
So unfortunate loss of possession there from Souths, and Brothers are going to have another opportunity to get the ball and work their way back down towards the Souths try line.
Seconds and locks all the way in, please. 7, 2 hands. 4. Break!
I tell you what, it feels like the cool weather's completely gone now. That warm humidity starting to kick back in, unfortunately. Us locals.
Go.
I'm sure the players are feeling it.
Yeah, I'll hold.
And
stand down, 2!
Hayden Riggs with a good run, making up for that drop ball a little earlier. And here's our Matt now. Taking it up is Firth Wazarum. No one home for that play the ball, and it's costly. An error for the Brothers. They just weren't ready for that play the ball.
They're very untidy, very
Front foot, boys, front foot.
unbrothers-like, I would say.
Play on.
Here's Morris. Half South Darwin just struggling to find meters.
Break.
Just shy of the halfway point now, South Darwin. Left side, no one home for that pass. Good pick up though.
No one's impeded.
Good call by DeVer. Last tackle. Francis puts it high. Not a lot of meters on it. Nicky's there. Isn't able to catch it on the full. And Brothers with another error.
Play the ball. That's play. You plug the ball in here. Yep.
Just from where I was standing there, boys, right here where that error wasn't picked up, I thought that would have been a spectacular meters to be made, but look, he certainly put the effort into picking that up.
Yeah, right down the sideline. Would have been a spectacle to watch. But now South with an opportunity. I think this is about their third or second inside the opposition's 30-metre area, so they had a lot of time down here, nor have they had a lot of ball. And they mostly spent this game in defence, which, as you know, will eventually take a toll, and the fatigue will start to kick in. Swing to Morris. Francis puts on a curly kick here, and it's taken eventually by Antonio James. And able to capitalise the South Darwin.
Quite an early kick there, Kyle. I'm not sure what that was about.
Yeah, I was a little surprised myself. He used to be the master of those little short kick over the tops though, Francis. And look at this, Riggs just weaving around defence. Oh, the beautiful pass! Finds the lock forward and taking it, an absolute brilliant tackle! What a tackle from South Darwin, a try saver. I didn't see what number that was. Not sure if you were able to see the number there from the sideline, Axel. I think it was the second rower.
I wasn't able to pick up the number, unfortunately. I was just soaking in the amount of talent that was in that play. Spectacular.
Oh, it was certainly a spectacle to watch from the Brothers, but that tackle from the South Darwin Rabbitohs, I think it was the number 12 in Carolus Dye. Absolute brilliant.
We'll be happy with that tonight.
And it ends up causing an error, so they've got the ball back to South Darwin side.
Yeah, mate. Don't go early, boys. Don't go early.
Cratchley on Keel from the Brothers won't be happy with his team's errors tonight. It's been sloppy. I mean, they've been impressive in defence, but there's been some sloppy drop balls. And a big tackle there. South Darwin still in there, inside 20. It's a nice ball. Look at this. Oh, it's a bit high, but he's still able to hold on to it. Down the sideline. It's got a bit of speed. Yeah, well done there by, I believe, the winger, the centre for the South Darwin side. Shift to Morris, last tackle. He puts it in the air. Something like that bounce they do. Tonio James is there. Not a lot of communication. I think this might be 6 again. No, it's not. No touch by Brothers. And it's a knock-on call against the South Darwin side. Just unfortunate, but they are starting to show some energy here.
And
Just under 6 minutes to go here in the first half. Brothers leading 30 points to 0. Nice short ball to Nicky. Really pushing his luck there, the number 9 from South. Renzi. Good leniency shown by the referee. Might have spoke a bit soon on that, actually, Chrissy.
Oh, they're just trying to slow Brothers down. Understandable, they've been defending almost for the entire 35 minutes so far. I'm sure they're pretty weary.
point. No.
Go to Kernoff. Nice, beautiful short ball to the lock forward. Goes back to Kernoff. And I think Kernoff's going to cross here. He does. Brothers are in again.
A good little interchange of play between Northam and Kernoff results in Aaron Kernoff scoring. And the extra pressure from that penalty, it's just something that South or any side can't afford to give to Brothers when they're rolling and are pressing the way they are at the moment. You just need to restrict the opportunities that they're given as much as you can and make them really work for it. Unfortunately, Souths aren't able to do that. And with the result of, I think that is six tries in this first half. How's this kick looking with Darren, Colton, Axel?
What was that? Sorry, boys, were you asking me something again?
Yeah, just see how this kick looks for Colton. Seems to be kicking him pretty well tonight.
We all know how important these kicks can be in some of these bigger games.
Doing well, Colton. Not one missed kick tonight. They haven't all been in front, so he's done very well. It extends the lead for the Darwin brothers. 36 points to 0. Of course, don't forget, folks, next week is No More campaign for the NRL&T round for the 27th and 28th of June. No More round. Of course, we link up to say no more to domestic and family violence. Of course, if you know anyone that's experiencing domestic or family violence, you can call 1-800-RESPECT for 24-hour help. 2 minutes to go here in the first half. TRL Stadium. And it's a big run by Keimer, but he drops the ball. All the speed, just wasn't able to hold on to it. And look at this, the Darwin brothers drag the South Darwin back. Morris now, beautiful inside ball. 1 minute 30. Can South get some points on the board before we go to the half time? Go back to the middle. Francis with it. Goes to Saulian. Took a moment to eventually be brought down. And just loses his footing there as Anthony Cross. A little slow getting up. Looks like he might have copped a hit.
It's a dead possible fracture.
Sounds of it from De Vere. He's got a possible crusher penalty here. And he's just having a chat to the captain, Aaron Kernoff. And it has been put on report, this tackle, for a possible crusher. So it wasn't identified. Obviously, we don't have the video capability. So that one on report. And we'll go back to play with the ball.
But no penalty.
Unfortunate for the South Darwin side. Morris now swinging it wide and just hasn't able to nail that pass. They're still able to regain the ball, the South Darwin side. Just under a minute to go. Last tackle. They're going to need a good kick here. Morris with it. Puts it up. Tonio James is too good. Yeah. Catches that on the full. Well done by the South defensive line though. Bring him down just on the 20. Here's Nicky. Palms off the first defender. There's a little bit of a show and go. Actually brought down shy of the 40. 30 seconds remain here in the first half. Oh, no! Tapu with the error. And I don't think there's enough time. Doesn't look like South are all that eager to pack. Well, there's a couple of them are. We might actually just make this, folks. 5 seconds. I think we will. Morris is going to feed it. Go to Francis. He'll put the kick over. So a lovely little chip over the top. South get it back. Oh, he's just unlucky. And isn't able to regain. That'll be half time here at TRL Stadium. It's the Humpty Dumpty Foundation round here and celebration for this fixture between the Darwin brothers and the South Darwin Rabbitohs, of course, partnering with the Darwin brothers. Stick around, folks. We've got plenty in the halftime preview with Cam and Axel. We'll be right back.
Aaron Kernoff joins me here at half-time in this DABSCO Premiership. Aaron, thoughts on your first half? You scored a try yourself. A few errors out there and a few things to address at half-time, but thoughts on our first half?
No, we were good that. We started pretty slow, no energy, and then we got to the 10-15 minute mark and we were getting through our sets. We were kicking, that's what we spoke about. If it's not on, we kick the ball. If it's on, we attack it and then we get back to our shape. But that last 10-15, we slacked off a bit. We dropped 6 balls in a row and that's not good enough. Just gave them a bit of a rattle there, but we forget about that as we done. We go into half-time, we forget about it. It's a clean slate now, it's 0-0. We go back, we try and get our good, better performance for longer there.
The jersey and the kit tonight looking very spectacular from a point of view of the crowd, but a very special reason you're donning that tonight.
Yeah, for our little Mo, we donated money for him.
We'll cut that out.
Yeah, we donated money for him and it's a good cause. He came with us through the warm-up and he ran out with us. It's good to give back to our club and see our juniors mixing with our seniors. It's a good feeling around the club.
Aaron, I'll let you get in and address the boys, but good luck in the second half.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for that, Axel.
And John Adams, the president of Darwin Brothers. He's been the president for 25 years, been involved for 35 years. John, you've been a water boy, a coach, a trainer, all-rounder behind the scenes, but welcome to tonight to a very special round for the Darwin Brothers and, of course, here at Territory Rugby League. Thoughts on the first half, and then we'll get into the more reason why we're here tonight.
Sure. I think they played well at the first half of the first half. Coming into that later period, last 15 minutes, errors started to creep into the game, which then, puts you back a slot. So I think they've got to tidy up their errors and hopefully come out in the second half better.
And I touched on it with Kernoff about what the players are donning tonight. Yeah. Looks very spectacular out there, but a very special reason they're donning that tonight.
Sure. So we try and support an organisation every year and raise some money. One of our life members, Moses Wigness, his young fella had heart issues when he was born, so the Humpty Dumpty round provided an incubator to fly him interstate, saved his life. So we partnered with them in 22 and we raised around 14,000. So we, with the help of a number of our sponsors sitting upstairs there now, they were able to buy some strips, and we sell the strips back to the players, and all the money we raise goes back to the Humpty Dumpty. So we hope to beat our 2022 record of 14, but we'll see how we go. We're getting close. I think we're over 12 at the moment, 10 to 12.
People here at Territory Rugby League, and of course tuning in from here in the top end, around the country and even from international, if they can spare a few dollars, how do they do that?
Well, listen, they can go onto our page, Darwin Brothers Rugby League Club, and just send a message and we'll contact them. It's a great foundation. I mean, they've saved so many lives. All the money raised in the Territory stays in the Territory for all our kids in the Territory. They had the Humpty Ball the other night, and I was talking to the founder, Paul, and he was telling me they raised $500,000, which will get about 1,000 pieces of equipment into Territory Hospital. So if we can save lives, get behind us, get onto our page, let us know and we'll contact you.
No worries. Well, I'll let you go and address the team for the second half. Thank you for joining me here for the half-time report, and good luck in the second half, and thank you for what you're doing for the Humpty Foundation.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cam upstairs. It's been a phenomenal half here of Territory Rugby League NRL. We've seen some spectacular stuff out there and so much more to come into the second half. I'm going to head to, well, you've guessed it, the canteen. Cam Hughes, up to you.
Yeah, Axe, while we've got you, just stay down there. We might have a little bit of a chat about your thoughts on the first half. Of course, Darwin Brothers leading the South Darwin Rabbitohs 36 points to 0. 6 tries. Dallas Coulton having a great night with the boot, kicking 6 from 6. And as you mentioned, Axe, in the pre-game, the ability to convert tries and turn 4 into 6. It's not going to count tonight, really, I suppose, but as they head into the finals, it will make all the difference with our try scorers tonight. We've seen Caleb Mickey, Aaron Kernoff, Connor Williams, Cairo Ahmad, Tame Tupou and Jared Northam get across the line for Darwin Brothers. Aaron Kernoff, Axe, he named it there at halftime. He said The first 5-10 minutes, they were a little bit slower, a little bit flat, Darwin Brothers. We saw South Darwin put up a good show there, and it took Darwin Brothers around 7 minutes to get on the board. But since they've been able to get on the board, it's been one-way traffic. Did you have a chat with John Adams during the first half around what is the secret to the club's success in both the men's and the women's at the DABSCO and Tru-Flow Premiership level, but also in the juniors? They seem to have great stability there as a club.
Cam, a great question, and look, John was very busy in the first half. I did catch him in and out of through the play-by-play, but one thing he spoke to me about, and he spoke to me with passion, and it was really highlighting just the culture of the Darwin Brothers from their juniors grades right up to the A grade in the DABSCO Premiership, and then players going on and on to play for state and national levels. It's the culture that he highlighted in the clubs, from the club levels to the training, just the way the club has formed itself over the years, the 25 years he's been involved, and he feels that's where they bring that same culture and that same positive attitude onto the field, and that's where they get their results.
And Axe, you've probably nailed it right there. 25 years of service to the club. It's that stability that we see out on the field tonight from Brothers, and in the earlier game for the sisters as well. Darwin Brothers are able to put a team on the field week in, week out with minimal changes. South Darwin, they have 5 players tonight backing up from last week, so massive changes for them. And we're seeing the consistency of the Bears, the Raiders and Brothers really showing through. I think tonight with Darwin Brothers, I've been really enjoying their support play. We've been able to see their forwards run a little bit wider, break through the first tackle, but they've always had plenty of players in support. South Darwin are doing well with their cover defence, but they are getting a little bit tired. But the support play from Darwin Brothers has really been exceptional, and they've been able to construct some pretty impressive team tries out there. If we have a look around the grounds for McDonald's and on our Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, Axe, we're seeing in the earlier game the Palmerston Raiders 28 defeat the Nightcliff Dragons 16. Out there at Webber Park, the score update 42 points to 0, the Litchfield Bears leading the Northern Sharks. And of course here tonight at TRL Stadium at halftime, it's Darwin Brothers 36 leading South Darwin 0. Hopefully they can get on the board in the second half as we start to see the players return to the field. Axe, over in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership, that earlier game, Raiders 24 defeated the Nightcliff Dragons 10. The Sharks 40 over the Litchfield Bears 0. And the earlier game we saw here, a huge score, Darwin Brothers 84 over South Darwin 0. That was for the Humpty Dumpty Foundation. Axe, if you stay where you are going to be right there for the kickoff for South Darwin, lining up probably in the centre three-quarter position. Wouldn't mind you seeing you run up there, Axe, but I suggest you get off the field for the second half, and we'll hand back over to Chris and Kyle as South Darwin will line up to kick off, and Darwin Brothers will be receiving, running left to right on your screens in the purple and white tonight, not in the blue and white butcher stripes.
Thanks, Cam. 25.9 degrees, 74% humidity, and winds 6 kilometres to the north for our second half kickoff. Up to the commentary team.
Great coverage, boys. Thanks very much. Second half back underway here. South Darwin kicking off to the Brothers. And how's this run from the second rower? Tapata.
Oh.
Brilliant.
Go one.
Great metres gained. I've just got word, South Darwin have a spare jersey, Axel, if you're keen and remaining on that field. Look like you could go a couple of rounds.
Look, I've never been a big rugby player, but I'll give it a go. I'll give up with the Rabbitohs and give it a go.
There's the enthusiasm. Coombs now with a great run, just tackled on the 10. Kernoff, beautiful short ball, and he's crossed the line, the number 13 in Northam. The Darwin Brothers have not wasted any time. It hasn't even been exactly a minute. They're too good.
Yeah, that's not the start that the South side and their coach and their supporters would have wanted. Try in the first minute of the second half. It really will take any wind out of their sails that they would have got back at half time. And brothers continue to pile on the points. You can see it looks like Colton again lining up. Trying to keep his successful kicking streak going in this game. We've interchanged down there, Axel.
He's come off. He's gone to the massage table. He might be looking for the trainer to just condition him up for his return to the field.
Ragu taking the place of that player who went off in the number 3 jersey.
Slots that. Colton, blemish record tonight in his kicking game. Extends the scores, 42 points, the Darwin brothers against South Darwin, 0.
DABSCO Premiership, brothers 42, Rabbitohs at the store.
And of course, around the ground, thanks to McDonald's at Weber Park in the DABSCO Premiership game. The Litchfield Bears picking up a massive win at home, 42 points against the Northern Sharks to 0.
Boys, I just want to ask upstairs, talking about around the grounds, thank you McDonald's. Have you boys tried the new Tennessee barbecue burger?
Look, Axel, I can't say me personally. I've been off McDonald's for about 4 or 5 years, but I do love McDonald's. Let me tell you, it is great. I'm just watching my diet, but I'm not sure. Chrissy?
Sorry, Axel. Never had McDonald's in my life.
Well, in round number 10, I'll hook you up with the Tennessee barbecue burger and getting a phone call from the boss. So I'm going to take this call and I'll be back with you very shortly, boys.
I tell you what, that sounds mouth-watering, let me tell you. Tennessee whiskey? Or did I just get that in my own head, the whiskey part? I'm not sure. Must be time for a drink. A drink of water, that is. And we see a scrum now being formed on the halfway mark. South with possession for the first time in this second half. And it lasted all about 3 seconds. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, unfortunate drop there from Puasa Kata, I believe. I think he just wasn't sure what to do with it. He hasn't seen the ball very much in this game, so would have come a little bit of a surprise to him.
Brothers now. They'll go to the number 15. Strong run. Tom. Brought down just on the 30. Right side. Slick play here, the Brethrens. Short ball. Second rower's got it. Can they stop him? They will. Just shy of the line, but I think he's crossed. A penalty. Double movement is the call from De Vere.
Behind you.
A welcome penalty for the South Darwin side.
Their first one for the evening. I'm sure happy to get it.
That might bring back some horrid memories for the New South Wales supporters on the coverage tonight. Go the mighty Queenslanders. And look at this, tackling defence by the brothers.
What's that? Sorry about the New South Wales coverage. I think my earpiece wasn't in. Sorry, boys.
They lost.
Oh, we won't talk about it.
A bit of hope for game 3, I'm sure, Axel.
Oh, look, the light side is it's kept the series alive, so what else could we for?
Thanks for an exciting decider in Sydney in a couple of weeks' time. I look forward to watching the mighty Maroons raise the shield to claim the series. But we'll stick to tonight's fixture. The Darwin brothers dominating the South Darwins thus far in this fixture. And look at this. They couldn't find anyone, and the ball's come loose. That could be a penalty. Great call by the referee. Of course, offside. Not wasting any time now as Morris with the kick. Not a lot of metres gained. That's okay.
Tap.
Take the tap.
No tackle.
Front row and Travis Mitchell. Great work by Mitchell. Able to push those defenders back.
1.
Francis with it. Inside ball. Finds the front rower. I think that's Jared Periana, sorry. And South now with a bit of offence. Just wasn't able to get that pass with what he wanted, Francis. Have we seen any, I know it's only early, but have we seen any substitutions yet, Axel?
Not that I've seen from Johnny on the sideline, boys, but we certainly are keeping our eyes peeled to the coaching benches.
Down we go, please, boys. Ball, please, Aaron. Break!
Look at this, Colton finds Nicky and forward pass. Happy with the forward, happy with the pass, sorry. And Brothers now down the sideline. He'll go all the way. He's going to score.
I am happy.
Yeah, the pass looked questionable. But nonetheless, Brothers have gone in and crossed the line again.
We heard referee De Vere conversing with his touch judge, saying that he was happy with that. And he was a lot closer than we were. So another try.
Yeah, I tell you what, Chris, I don't miss being out there running around with the whistle. Much better up here and much more comfortable, I must say.
I could see you out there for a round 10 clash on the flags.
I tell you what, when I was nearing my young retirement after 15 years, I ended up falling over a couple of times. So I think that was a sign of hanging up the whistle and the flag. But never say never.
Make the call with NRL NT, the best seat in the house without getting tackled.
It certainly is the best seat in the house. It's a great team to be a part of, and certainly learnt a lot. And if you love the game, you'll certainly love refereeing. Now Colton looking to keep his blemish record intact. 46 points, of course, including tries, but and the flags are in the air. How good. On the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, Darwin Brothers 48 lead the South Darwin Rabbitohs 2-0.
The game, the Bunnies, they're coming back again. Kick the ball off and then obviously going to hope for some stiffer resistance in the next 5 minutes to try and slow down this Brothers onslaught.
And just a live update around the ground thanks to McDonald's. Looking forward to that burger. The Litchfield Bears at home at Weber have extended that score and that extremely impressive lead against the Northern Sharks, 52 points to 0.
9, roll away. Here we are, boys. Hold.
That's a very big score line out there between sides that at the start of the year would have both been Premiership contenders, but unfortunately the Sharks have really not fired a shot at all this year, and Bears going from strength to strength, so expect to see them well into the final series this year.
And look at this, Kernoff, beautiful. Ah, great pass by Kernoff, and what about the tackle? Oh my God! Try saver by the South Darwin Rabbitohs. And Kernoff again with it, bit of footwork. looking at it, I think it was Carol Dye again. Carlos Dye, absolute brilliant work. And Colton takes this cleanly. Axel.
Just noticed an unfortunate event for the Rapidos. The number 1 jersey has come off. He looks to have done his right shoulder, so we wish him all the best to get that shoulder fixed. But number 1 jersey has gone to the rooms with a shoulder injury.
Yeah, how impressive though from the second rower in Carlos Dye from the South Darwin side. Coming up with 2 big try-saving tackles. We saw it at the back end of the first half, and now again, unfortunately, the next play led to a try. Some brilliant work by Kernoff and Colton, the 2 halves. Not so much combining, but showing their brilliance. But geez, how good was that? You know, when you're down on the scoreboard, he's still showing a whole lot of effort and a whole lot of grit and heart to come up with those big plays.
Yeah, it'd be good if he was able to inspire his teammates to come along with him. But a couple of great individual efforts there by Dye. You see the referee doing some stretching to their Axel. You might need to keep an eye on him as well.
Paul DeVere, he's a man of match fitness, and he was a man that I would not want to line up against on a running race. He's a quick man. But yeah, quite warm out here in the playing conditions when you're out there. 26.7 on the field, but much warmer at the level these boys are playing tonight.
I always like a running race challenge, Axel, so I might have to hit DeVere up about that. I'm quite fast myself, I must say.
I'll give you a 100-meter sprint.
Axel, I could beat you running backwards. Let's not go there.
Let's stay out of that one. Let's leave that one on the bench, on the sidelines.
Too good. Now the points here, thanks to Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, the Darwin brothers 54, their lead against the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Dallas Colton has kept his impressive kicking game intact. And the South Darwin side yet to score here at TRL Stadium. Of course, this is round 9. And we are celebrating the Humpty Dumpty Foundation in partnership with the Darwin brothers side. And look at this footwork by the second rower in Tapata. Great work by South Darwin defensive team. About 3 defenders, two in the air, 1 dropping off. Well done. And Antonio James just easily passes that along to Riggs. No one in front. And the brothers are back on the scoreboard with 25 minutes to go here in the second half.
And that's a bit more what Coach Clear will be looking for. Just settle down, just spin the ball. They know there's weaknesses in the South Darwin defence. So just run them around and just practice this. As we said earlier, this is round 9, so they've got 6 games to go. So they'll have a couple of games against the other sides vying for the top 2. So that's Palmerston and Litchfield. So they'd certainly want to be utilising these games against the lower sides on the ladder to prepare themselves for those clashes so that they can secure themselves a double chance
See if I take a sniper shot or something
in the finals at the end of the year.
Boys, I've just overheard the in-ear piece from Paul DeVere's teeing up the trainers to get him a bit of a rub down on the legs to keep him kicking. So it must be quite challenging conditions out there for the whole on-field team.
Can we confirm this is factual, Axel? I'm thinking you might have to gear up, mate.
You don't want to see me in them in those shorts, boys. I've got the long pants on for a good reason tonight for the coverage.
And the slick boots, may I add.
Well, you got to bring, got to put some studs on the RMs because it's a bit slippery out here on TRL, and be careful not to slip it over backwards tonight.
That kick's waved away. So our first miss by Dallas Colton. He's been slick all night, and he has missed his first kick. Oh wow, that's the big news coming out of this game at the moment. Dallas Colton has missed the conversion,
and that's the first unsuccessful conversion all night because South unfortunately haven't had an opportunity to try one.
Boys, I'm just going to drop over to the canteen. Did you want to place an order for anything?
One of those McDonald's burgers, please, mate.
Stay behind the kicker, boys.
Short kick here now by Morris. Oh, it pays off. A knock on from the brethren. South now with possession.
Keep going. Still coming.
Oh, that's brilliant there by Morris. Brothers weren't expecting that at all. Right side now is South Darwin. Morris with it. Shows and goes. Goes to Pereira. Actually taken just on the 30. Morris asks for the ball again. Goes to the big prop. That's Justin Wells. Come on, South Darwin. Nice inside ball there by Francis. Gets the ball away. Oh, look at this, a bit of a juggling act. Goes backwards. Great work there. Magician-like, if you will. Francis with it. Oh, he's got the kick. Oh, it's taken nicely. South Darwin have scored.
Buddies.
Francis has wound back the clock with an absolute beautiful chip over the top. Fantastic to see that South Darwin Rabbitohs have scored their first try of the evening.
Great vision there from Francis Wapau. Putting that little kick over and very well supported by his teammate there. I think it was Oliver Dawson. And that'll give them a little bit of heart. Let's hope, who we got here? Denzel Morris attempting the conversion. So let's...
Yeah, Morris lining up for the kick. We see there the trainer, his mum, Yo Morris, a legend of the South Darwin Rabbitohs and also a legend of the NTRL RA Referees Association. Certainly a veteran in her field. And good to see her still out and about, very actively involved in the competition as a player, as a trainer, and as a referee and volunteer. Now Morris. About the 30-odd metre line in terms of the the width of distance there. So the 20-metre line. About 20 in from touch. Let's extend this to 6. Kicks it nicely. The flags are in the air. Well done there.
Good work, Denzel.
Denzel Morris, a beautiful kick.
So halfway through the second half and the Bunnies have managed to hit the scoreboard.
Of course, our Chemist Warehouse scoreboard update. Darwin Brothers 58 now against the South Darwin 2-6.
Keep going.
And oh, what a hit!
Plenty of shoulder in that.
16.
And we've got a penalty here for offside. Yep, De Veer did call 16 off. 16 decided to engage. We'll take the kick for touch. Let's just swap out.
The Souths have actually hit the lead in one thing, that's in penalties. It's 3-2 to the Souths now.
We'll say both teams have been fairly disciplined. That's a pretty low penalty count, so good to see, and I'm sure a takeaway definitely for both teams in terms of their discipline. And just an error here, unfortunately. Harley Renzi isn't able to collect that ball off the ground. So we'll have a scrum formed here.
Scrum, boys.
Brothers' possession.
Hope you've had plenty of water, Axel. De Veer's looking a bit ginger out there.
Please, boys.
Look,
When you're ready,
the active Gatorade is getting me all prepped for maybe a 10-minute run on.
Hands away, 3.
Brothers now bring it through the middle. Look at that. How good's that run by the 16? Well, Sam. Strong tackle by the South defender. Whereas Sammy back with the ball now. Kernoff. Swings to Colton. Colton has to go himself. Put down just shy of the 20. Left side. They've got options here. Oh, Nicky with a slick pass, and they'll get it across the line, the Darwin brothers.
Yeah, another try there for the brethren. It's funny to think, Kyle, we're a side that's scored 60 points. They haven't actually looked very good tonight compared to previous games. They just don't seem to have their minds in the game. They're obviously up against a very weakened side and a side anchored to the bottom of the ladder, but they certainly have. We've seen brothers play much better than this and not score anywhere near this sort of amount of points.
Yeah, 100%, Chrissy. I mean, as you said, sometimes it is easy to get complacent when you are up against a team that you're able to move around and put some points on, but yeah, it's been pretty ordinary in terms of what the standard is for the Darwin brothers, and we saw a little bit of that last week in the first half against the Bears. As you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they are without a couple key players, but yeah, could it be worrying signs for Leon Keel's Darwin brothers? Time will tell. We're at a key point through the season now, and brothers have set themselves up nicely with an impressive start to the season. They're sitting third on the ladder. They had an opportunity to push into the top place with a win over the Bears last week. But yeah, certainly not the usual glittery team that we would see in a Darwin brothers outfit.
Yeah, they're obviously known for their attack and their crispness in attack and their support play, and we've seen a couple of instances of it tonight, but lots and lots of errors, lots of knock-ons, and you're right, it might be a reflection of who they're playing, but it won't impress Coach Cleo, and they're really going to have to pull themselves together and get ready. I'm not actually sure who they play next week, but it's if they play like this, they certainly won't be running away with a 64 points on the board.
18 roll away.
Yeah, we saw just moments ago Dallas Colton resume his perfect kicking. Well, not so perfect. He has missed one, but I would say 9 out of 10 He kicked that. It actually made contact with the upright, but still managed to cross over with the flags being raised. So well done from Dallas. And that was a wide kick for him. And now here's Kernoff. Oh, look at that. No one home for that pass. Antonio James, he hasn't found much space tonight. Look at that. Oh, he's too good. Pushes past Morris, and just straight through. Yep. Scores under the upright.
Some great hard running there from the number 15, Nawari Tom. He ran off Aaron Kernoff's pass there and really set that up for Antonio James to just come sliding in, and he only had one man to beat then and was able to bump through him and go around and score underneath the posts. He's had quite a good game, Tom.
Yeah, we haven't also seen a lot of that magical attack from Antonio James. Taking some really good balls under pressure, some high balls, and been really good in defence. But yeah, he hasn't really had much open space tonight, so it was good to see. And yeah, really just backed himself there up against Morris and charged through to score. Brilliant work.
And again, that might be a bit of a reflection about the way they've played this game today. In previous games, we've seen Antonio really in the thick of the attack and making incisive runs, and you're right, we really haven't seen a lot of him tonight.
Got a little bit of joy for South Darwin Rabbitohs.
Colton extending that impressive kicking game for tonight, pushing out, thanks to the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, the Darwin brothers 70 points to South Darwin 6. Just over 11 minutes remain here in the second half.
Get back in, doing well.
Of course, next week, the No More campaign round. It's round 10 of the DABSCO Premiership.
Stay behind,
Darwin brothers against the Nycliffe Dragons. The Northern Sharks against South Darwin Rabbitohs. And the Palmerston Raiders against the Litchfield Bears in a 1v2 top of the ladder clash. You don't want to miss that, folks. Of course, you can keep up to date with the times through the NRLNT Facebook page or NRLNT website and Instagram page. Oh, a bit of footwork here. And the offload just goes to the opposition, though. The South with some possession now. How you travelling down there, Axel? Got your boots on, mate?
Oh, look, they're looking at me. I think there's a spare referee has arrived on the scene just in case he's needed in the end. But look, for the players' interest, I won't be taking the field tonight behind the whistle. I'm probably going to last a couple of sets. I'm going to be off with probably a hammy injury.
I think the suggestion of pickle juice might be an option for you, mate.
The 12.5 City to Surf was my race run done for 2025, and we'll maybe come back in 26 for another crack at that.
Fine.
Just seeing back play, one of the Darwin brothers players limping from the field from support of the trainer. I think that's his night done. And Souths now. And coming up with the error, I was just about to say, their first time in this second half down in the opposition's 30-20. And look out, Colton with it, finds a bit of space. Colton! He's going to go all the way. Just the pinnacle of the evening for him, a try after what has been an impressive kicking game.
Just want to add, boys, if we can, it's just impressive to see, even though Holton, he had the legs, he had the speed, he was pretty confidently going to make the try line. just the support from the brothers coming behind him. They were hard on the charge in case he needed to offload late in the run.
And we'll just spare a thought for the two touch judges as well. They'll be well over their 10,000 steps in this game.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can remember some of those days, Chrissy, back at the old field, a couple 90 to somewhat 100-point score lines, running those touch lines with, I think, you in the middle. Yeah, sun's blaring a Saturday afternoon. Not fun. Not fun.
$4,785 steps for the sideline commentator. The run.
That's not enough, mate. It's not enough. Of course, you can catch round 10 action next week here at TRL Stadium. Of course, as part of that No More campaign round for the Tru-Flow Services Women's Premiership, similar to the A grade. Darwin Brothers against the Nycliffe Dragons. On the Friday night, the Palmerston Raiders and the Bears on the Saturday, and the Northern Sharks against the South Darwin Rabbitohs as well on the Saturday. Catch all the action live here at TRL Stadium. And of course, keep up to date with our NRLNT Facebook page. We'll be able to post up what is the game of the round, what will be live streamed here on the NRL Pathways page. And certainly looking forward to a big lineup of fixtures next weekend here at TRL Stadium. In particular, the DABSCO Men's Premiership, the 1v2 top of the ladder clash. The Litchfield Bears, they're on fire this season against the Palmerston Raiders. Chucky Norris, the veteran, he's in charge for his first year as A-grade coach. And we see here a short kickoff again by South. They end up coming away with a touch on the ball. So fortunately for them, a 7-tackle set now for the Darwin Brothers.
Yeah, that promises to be a very good game. If form lines stay true, Bears and Palmerston. Nycliffe, you would think, may put up a bit of a fight playing brothers, but you would think the brothers will hopefully improve on their showing tonight. I'm sure their coach and supporters will be hoping that and probably win. So the top three sides are probably going to be out, increasing their gap at the top of the table.
Yeah, impressive effort here from the brothers. We just seen Vatify down the far left side, made a bit of space and came very close to scoring actually. And now brothers inside the 10 of the opposition defensive area. Nicky out of dummy half. Colton with it. Not the best ball. Kernoff's still able to regather. And now look at this. Draws him in. Nicky's got it. He'll score in the corner. Far too good from the Darwin brothers.
And now brothers' men's side have cracked the 80 like their women's side did in the previous game. So successful day for the brothers' side. They also won reserve grade. That was a little closer, I think 20-0. But shows the strength of their club, even when they're not performing it at their optimum. There's still a number of things that the coach will be able to take out of this and work on from a positive point of view. There's also a bucket load of things that I'm sure he'll be working on during the week, with probably complacency and attitude at the top of that list, I would think.
And of course, around the ground, thanks to McDonald's. Just an update from Weber Park. Ah, goodness. The Litchfield Bears, 78 against the Northern Sharks to 0. Almost the same scoreline here at TRL Stadium. Wowza. And looks like Axel might have clocked off. I can see him enjoying a nice hot dog there on the sideline. The beautiful food here at TRL Stadium.
Hey, boys, I was on the field, I was on the game, I'm still running hot down here.
And as you know, peripheral vision is key to being a referee. And you see there Dallas Colton, his second missed kick of the night. Flags waved away, so Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Brothers 80 against the South Darwin 2-6. 2.5 minutes remain here. Stick with us, folks. We've still got plenty to show you tonight in our coverage. I believe we'll have a post-game chat with one of the players, and no doubt we'll hear from Cam as well in a bit of a wrap-up of our game of the round here at TRL Stadium. And the brothers bringing it back, and you can see they're still showing the energy to want to score, but they've come up with the error.
No, roll away. Where you are good.
No doubt timely for South Darwin. They want to slow this play down, give themselves a bit of a break. They've been doing a lot of defending here in the second half, and so they did in the first half. Left side to the big prop. Justin Wells just taken down over the halfway line.
3.
Francis shows and goes. And she goes to an inside ball to the second rower. Nice ball there by Morris. Here goes the Solian. Last tackle. What options have they got here? Morris puts up a big kick. It's high. Riggs is there. He drops it. We've got a knock on here from the brothers with 46 seconds remain on the clock. Interesting to see here if South rush to form the scrum.
Smash on it.
A little bit of urgency showing, so they're keen to potentially get one more try for the full-time hooter. Oh, geez, that'd be a beautiful sight to witness. Yeah, time off called. All right, here we go. Let's just whip our inside ball. Take it just on the 20. You can see Morris, and we got a penalty. Yeah, far too long in the ruck.
Yeah, run it.
Siren, last play, Morris goes the ball to the front rower. Justin Wells, he pushes. Oh, Wells is going! I think he's over the line at this point, but there's way too many brothers defenders. The ball comes out, it's kicked away, and I think that'll do.
Tackled. No, tackled. End of the game, boys.
End of the game, says Paul DeVer. Full time here at TRL Stadium. All thanks to Chemist Warehouse scoreboard updates. Darwin Brothers 80 defeated the South Darwin Rabbitohs 6. What a game of football. Darwin Brothers have shown why they are one of the featured teams here in the competition. But as we did mention, they look sloppy at times. Well, not so much sloppy, but not their standards, that we would expect of the Darwin Brothers. We saw a little bit of that last week, but plenty of takeaways for Coach Leon Keel moving into round 10 next week. I'm sure overall he'll be happy with his team's performance. Plenty of points shown, and overall really good defence. They've kept him at bay, only 1 try. Thanks so much, folks. Like I said, stick around. We've got Axel, we've got Cam. I believe we've got some post-match interviews. We'll have a post-match debrief and a bit of a wrap-up on our coverage across the board for tonight's fixtures. Over to you, Cam.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Make sure you hang around for the post-game show with us as well. Kyle, Axe, you're down on the sideline. Looks like you've got a hot dog in hand, and if I spotted correctly, I saw you about 20 minutes ago with a tray of chips as well. Over to you, Axe. What do you got down there?
You're not wrong, Cam, and just realised I'm back to need to put this down for a second. That's a great hot dog, thanks to our fantastic team out the canteen. But work to be done here out NRL NT's coverage of tonight's clash, and well done to both teams. Cam, I've got Antonio James coming my way very, very shortly for a post-game catch-up.
All right, of course. We'll cross back down to you once Antonio breaks from the huddle, just to do a round-the-grounds wrap-up there for McDonald's and on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Round 9 results in the DABSCO Premiership. The Palmerston Raiders 28 have defeated the Nightcliff Dragons 16. That was in the earlier game. Here at TRL Stadium, Darwin Brothers 80 big winners over South Darwin 6. And the other game we've been tracking has been out there at Webber Park. Get this score, Axe. The Litchfield Bears 78 defeating the Northern Sharks 0. So some very lopsided scores in the DABSCO Premiership this evening. Round 9 in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. In the early game, the Palmerston Raiders 24 defeating the Nightcliff Dragons 10. The Sharks big winners 40-0 over the Litchfield Bears, and Darwin Brothers 84 defeating the South Darwin Rabbitohs 0 here at TRL Stadium in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. Both teams gathered in a huddle there. Great to see it full time. We can see Leon Cleal, the Brothers coach, having a few words to both assembled teams. Of course, tonight, Darwin Brothers wearing the purple and white strip in aid of the Humpty Dumpty Foundation, a great charity organisation that buys equipment for hospitals in metro, rural, regional and remote hospitals that's targeted at kids as well, to help kids out. And we saw before the game Moses Wigness Jr. kicking off ceremoniously. He was the recipient of a life-saving incubator, a transporter incubator born with a heart defect, and that incubator helped him get down to Melbourne to get that life-saving surgery. And just so great to see him happy and healthy here as a 6-year-old, as we see Darwin Brothers and South Darwin's lining up for the photo to celebrate the Humpty Dumpty round. Axe, we've seen some pretty impressive performances out there tonight. We might talk a little bit about the Darwin Brothers halfback, Dallas Coulton, kicking 12 from 14 and picking up 2 tries as well. If you get your calculator out there, have you got any ideas what that comes to for the tally tonight for Dallas Coulton?
I've still got just the performance on the mind, and I'll let you do the maths up in the broadcast. But look, Dallas Coulton did make it onto the 3-2-1 with 1 vote from me tonight.
32 points, Axe, is the individual haul, 2 tries and 12 goals from Dallas Coulton.
Usk, that is well performing tonight.
And for me, as you're waiting, my 3, 2 and 1. 3 did go to the halfback in Dallas Coulton, 2 to the front rower Cairo Ahmad, and 1 to Jared Northam, the lock forward. And I'll hand over to you, Axe. Antonio James with you, the Darwin Brothers fullback.
You're right, Antonio James joining me. Antonio, congratulations tonight. What a game out there, and a very special night for the Darwin Brothers. I must say I'm really liking the stuff that you're doing tonight. But for yourself, a lot of metres that you made out there. The Rapidos, they really held the fight well. They worked hard to make you boys work hard, but congratulations to you and the team.
It was a tough game for us. As you said, they come along from down the bottom, but who cares about that? But our boys, it was a pretty special night tonight for little Mo. But yeah, it was a real special night and a good win.
and Junior kicking off. It's probably a highlight for myself working on a broadcast as NRL NT sideline commentator. Certainly a highlight to see that. A very special moment for the little guy tonight.
Yeah. Oh, as I said, it's a pretty special night for him. The stuff that he went through as a little kid, it's really tough, and for his dad as well too. But yeah, it was for him tonight.
Axel, it's Cam. Antonio has got that a lock on the Darwin brothers fullback position there, safe as houses under the high ball, but also he brings the ball back with great gusto. He got on the scoreboard a little bit towards the end of the game. Can you ask him why he went himself and he didn't pass to those 3 or 4 Darwin brothers supporters that were on the inside to him?
Just come in peace. Cam wants to do, the last try. You didn't want to just come over here, just get back in this. My hip is cutting out. You didn't want to float. You just want to do the hard charge work tonight.
I just wanted to get one on my belt to you off, but get one. So
you did it well, and it looked good from the side. Looked good from the broadcast. The players tonight?
Pretty much, I reckon everyone was a standout. Dallas was good with his kicking tonight. Kicked what? I don't know how much, but
12 from 14.
Too, but no,
12 from 14. He booted through tonight.
Oh, magnificent! That was good. Good kicking from him. Big shout out to him then.
Well, AJ, I'm going to let you go and celebrate with the boys, but congratulations, and we'll see you when you take the field next.
Thank you.
Cam?
Thanks, Ax. Of course, my question to Antonio was in jest. Absolutely wonderful to see him play rugby league. He's a real excitement machine, and of course he had the size and the strength to score that try. Plenty of try scorers for Darwin brothers tonight. Antonio, as we said, picked up 1 try. Hayden Riggs a try. Caleb Nicky in the centres picked up 2. Mikhail Vitatai 2 tries. Aaron Kernoff, the captain, picked up a try. Dallas Coulton, as we said, 2 tries, 12 conversions, an individual haul of 32 points. Connor Williams a try, Cairo Matt, Tame Tupou both picking up a try themselves, and Jared Northam, the lock forward, picked up 2 tries as well. South Darwin did get on the board. That's the 2nd or 3rd time I've done that for tonight. Oliver Dawson, centre 3/4 for South Darwin, getting across there. And Justin Wells, he was able to add the extras as well for South Darwin. Look, I'll give it to them. They never gave up. They kept trying, but they were outclassed by a football team that's got strength across the field, depth in a club, and a team that can get the same 13 out on the field week in, week out. We said in the pre-game that South Darwin, they've got 5 players out there tonight that played last week, and only 2 of those players were lining up in the same position as last week, and that's really where you see the differences there between those top echelon of teams and the teams that are struggling. We saw the Northern Sharks struggle out there at Weber Park tonight. You know, they've had massive changes in their squad across the season as well. The Bears racking up a big score there. So we certainly have our eye on the top 4 at the moment. The Litchfield Bears, they moved to 16 points on the live ladder. They've got a very healthy for and against as well, plus we'll be close to plus 300 once we get the calculator out there, Axe. We've probably got to change in teams 2 and teams 3. I'd say the brothers, they'll go to 14 points and they will overtake the Palmerston Raiders on the for and against, because Palmerston Raiders will also be on 14 points. The Dragons, they'll round out the top 4. They remain on 8. Sharks and Souths down the bottom on 2 and 0 points respectively. Whilst in the women's over in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership, brothers out in front on 18, Sharks on 14, Bears remain on 10. The Raiders, they're on 8, and Dragons and Souths are down the bottom. Next week, Axe, we've got a couple of big games shaping up. We have brothers up against Dragons, so it's likely a 2v4 in the DABSCO Premiership. Souths and Sharks, which will be 5 versus 6. That will be interesting, and I think what we saw from Souths last week in the Chico Motlop Shield and what we saw from them tonight, I think there's a great opportunity for Souths next week to get their first win of the season. And next week we also see Raiders versus Bears 1v3. two of the top three, two of the big three facing off against each other. That will most likely be our match of the round. Axe, you're 3-2-1 for tonight?
Let's go back to the notes section. 3-2-1 from the Rabbitohs, the Bunnies tonight. Well, Justin Wells and then Denzel Morris, they were just performed well tonight for the Rabbitohs. So we're going to go and just have a look at the highlights thanks to local media services for the number one vote. But for the Darwin brothers, AJ Antonio James joining me here on the post game. Captain Aaron Kernoff and Dallas Colton, a standout performance tonight for the brothers, and I'm sure they'll be sharing their thoughts tonight.
Thanks, Axe. Yeah, as I said, my 3 went to Dallas Coulton, 2 to the front rower, Cairo Ahmad. Just so impressive up front, both him and Elijah Coombs, and Jared North on the lock forward got 1. Look, next week is the No More round. So round 10 in the NRL NT is the No More round. So that will be our theme for next week. Should also mention Sunday, 6th of July is the Deadly Cup. So some great things coming up here in the NRL NT happening at TRL Stadium. So to wrap up tonight's game, we have the Darwin brothers 80 defeating the South Darwin Rabbitohs 6, and once again we'll give a final shout out plug to the Humpty Dumpty Foundation, Darwin brothers raising much needed funds for that amazing charity organisation that buys equipment targeted at supporting kids in hospitals, metro, rural, regional and remote hospitals. And as we saw tonight, Moses Wigness Jr. kicking off before the A-grade game tonight, and he was the beneficiary of a life-saving incubator transporter to get him down to Melbourne. So what a great story there, and a great reason to jump online to humpty.org.au or get in contact with John Adams, the president of the Darwin Brothers Football Club, to make a donation and help brothers exceed their 22 amount of 14,000. But from Axel, Kyle, Chris and myself, it's a very good evening from Territory Rugby League Stadium.
Hey boys, and just on a very quick one, if you want to see behind the scenes of what we get up to in the commentary team, Actual Deathmore Official on Instagram, and we'll share all the little secrets and tips of the trade behind the scenes. Thanks guys, it's been fantastic from the sideline, and good night.